Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Poskell.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Curtis.
Here. All right, our study session tonight is on the 2044 Comprehensive Plan. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at 7:30. City Manager.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council, and the community. So we have the whole 90 minutes focused on the comprehensive plan discussion. In the likely event, it might take us even longer than that. Want to let everyone know we have a business item set for later this evening. We also have the study session of the December 10th council meeting. We could also make available if we need to have further discussion, and then obviously final action on December 10th. So there's more time. Want to make sure that you get all your questions answered and all your amendments looked at today. And so here to lead you through that is Allison Zeich, our Deputy Director of Planning and Building, and she's joined by many other people from planning who will be helping her throughout this process. So, Allison.
Thank you, City Manager, and good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. We're very excited to talk with you tonight. We have many slides, but a lot of these are your slides, so we're going to involve you in the presentation here a little bit and ask you to cover some of them with us. I'm going to jump right into it and try to make it quick and get to the discussion. So we're going to just recap a little bit what we heard the last time we talked to you on October 15th in that joint session with Planning Commission. We're going to talk through several potential amendments, and these would be amendments to the Planning Commission recommended versions of each comp plan element. Some of these are staff initiated. This is based on what we thought we heard from council, so we might be right on. We might need to talk further about what you did or didn't intend for us to do with your feedback from October 15th. So these staff-initiated amendments are our attempt to try to get closer to council's intent on the comp plan policies. There's also several council member-initiated amendments, and we have those noted on slides for you so that you can introduce your own amendments. Just wanted to quickly move this window out of the way. There we go. You've received several comments in the last few days. Just wanted to acknowledge that. We've gotten comments. Some of them might be holdovers that were previously sent to Planning Commission. Some of them are newer comments and have some either support for comp plan elements. Some of them express concern about certain proposed policies still, or nomenclature of how we're talking about land use districts, but want to acknowledge that some of these comments might take some additional time for council to think through. So really quick, back to October 15th. Planning Commission recommended elements gave you, and what we thought we heard council want to emphasize was that we're focusing growth over the next 20 years in existing urban growth centers, existing neighborhood centers, and then continuing to focus on optimizing middle housing options outside of those centers and throughout residential neighborhoods in Kirkland. As I already mentioned, we identified when we were hearing your feedback on October 15th, we identified several areas that seem to be areas of shared confusion or in need of clarification from council. And so a lot of the staff-initiated amendments you'll be hearing tonight are our attempt to clarify. What we heard was maybe universally or there was consensus kind of confusion around those. And then we have your amendments as well. So we have staff-initiated potential amendments for land use housing in our introduction chapter in the glossary and in the Moss Bay Neighborhood Plan. We're going to walk through those element by element quickly. We're going to start with land use. This one is mine, and then staff's going to help me with the rest of them. And so there's really three main kind of buckets of staff-initiated amendments in these. And the first one was just to kind of work on some policy language that might clarify the areas of focused growth. And so trying to be a little more specific in some of the policy language. We also added some clarity to the land use designations, what we apply where and why, and I'll talk through that. And then also reinstated a map that's in the existing comprehensive plan. We had pulled it out, but after hearing the feedback from council on October 15th, we think it's actually really helpful to put back in. And then we have some administrative amendments, so updated some data around numbers over the next 20 years in our urban centers. So wanted to just revisit, we talked about this a little bit on October 15th of kind of the range of options that Planning Commission and now Council has considered over the course of this comprehensive plan update. And so we studied a growth alternative that put a lot of potential growth on the table. That's kind of that top bar, and this chart is in your packet as well. We also studied how much growth we might expect over the next 20 years if we didn't make any changes. Where we're at right now with the Planning Commission recommendation is really a moderate option that recognizes how many housing units we need to show we can accommodate over the next 20 years, how much surplus we might have, that's kind of the dark blue bar in the middle, if we don't change anything, and then what the potential land use changes that as of right now are recommended by Planning Commission, what those add, and that's kind of the rest of the colored bars here. And so the sort of green bar that you see in that top alternative, that was the potential growth added by studying transit corridors. At this point, Planning Commission hasn't recommended it, so what you're really looking at in terms of growth with the drafts you have in front of you are that middle option. We also just wanted to take a moment, sorry, I'm gonna move this again. This is the map that we've added back into the element. This is a map that shows existing urban growth centers and existing neighborhood centers. Again, this map is already in the comp plan. It's in the 2035 comp plan. We wanted to show on this map where Planning Commission has recommended potential land use changes, and that's really only in 3 areas. It's the Goodwill Community-Initiated Amendment Request, the Michaels Community-Initiated Amendment Request, and the Parmack Community-Initiated Amendment Request. If I could call that CAR for the rest of the time, that'd be great. And council directed us to actually expand that Parmack CAR to the whole southern industrial sub-area of the Totem Lake Business District. So that's the area you see highlighted here. So when we're talking about potential changes, that if council adopts Planning Commission's recommendations, what are we going to go consider zoning code amendments for in the next work program period? It would be these 3 areas. At some point, I'll stop moving this little box around, but so just a little bit of review. This is the 2044 proposed land use map. I wanted to bring it up so it's available for your reference. We can revisit it if it's helpful, but since council has received some community feedback about what we call the land use designations, wanted to have that available. We are proposing to combine some of the land use designations from the 2035 plan into the 2044 plan to recognize some state mandated minimum density requirements. So here's the first bucket of staff-initiated amendment proposals in the land use element, and these are just some clarifications for our land use designations. So when I showed that map that designates existing urban growth centers and existing neighborhood centers, we're carrying that through into these edits to the land use designations to show which land use designations generally apply in those existing urban growth centers or neighborhood centers. And so for the transit-oriented development land use designation definition, added clarification that this is the designations that we typically would use in urban growth centers. In terms of what land use designations we typically use in neighborhood centers, it's the center mixed use and community mixed use. And so added just some language to help make that more clear. This is another copy of that map that I've mentioned, and so wanted to take a moment just to kind of explain the reasoning behind staff's amendments here. And so what we heard was some feedback from council on October 15th that was kind of identifying that the Planning Commission recommendation included a lot of policies that had pretty similar language in terms of wanting growth to happen where there were existing services or amenities to serve it. And so we had very similar but slightly different language across several policies in the land use element. We also had some mention of 10-minute neighborhoods or areas that were walkable, and we heard council kind of asking questions about what exactly does that mean? What does that look like on a map? How would we define it or draw it? So that really led us to revisiting this map and seeing we have urban growth centers and neighborhood centers already delineated on the map. They're delineated on a parcel by parcel basis. And so perhaps that is a better way to geographically describe the areas that we're trying to focus growth. And so that's been employed in these staff-initiated amendments. And what we've done is several of the policies that had similar but slightly different language, we've proposed to replace it with the phrase in and near urban growth centers and neighborhood centers. And so you can see that on a map with a project like a future zoning code amendment project. We could specifically scope what in and near means. And in the future, if ever there was a portion of the city where we wanted to focus more growth or really study in depth, a first step might be to amend this map to add it as a neighborhood center.
Okay, Allison, I'm getting a lot of hand raises
Okay.
already, so let's go ahead and take a break. Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Allison. So what you're, so we appreciate, or I appreciate this clarification, and I appreciated most of the staff amendments related to this. Is this the time to ask questions about specific staff recommended amendments, like 3.2 that's on the board now, or what's the plan?
City Manager?
Yeah, so my recommendation would be to take them up as you see them on the screen. The goal we had here was that if we didn't get this right, we'd sort of hear your comments, and if they could be dealt with quickly, we'd deal with them. Otherwise, we'd sort of take it off as a staff initiated amendment request and bring it back later for a specific conversation. So I think taking them when you see them is probably the best way to do it.
All right, well, in the interest of taking them when we see them, with 3.2, I would just, I appreciate the overall goal of the exercise. This is one where I think we materially changed the intent of the policy because it really was about in order to support access to opportunity, and that all sprung from doing housing and affordable housing in areas that have these concurrent amenities. The commercial services, the parks and open space, good access to schools, and quality transit, all in order to support access to opportunity. So by sort of taking a global approach to replacing, anything like that with urban growth centers and neighborhoods, I think we really have missed the original intent proposed by the Planning Commission when they proposed this policy in their last version that they're proposing to us. So this is just one area where I would say good exercise, but I think on this one I would roll it back because I think I think the coherent point is still the right one and a good one, which is to increase access to opportunity by making sure that higher intensity residential housing, including affordable housing, is in proximity to these kind of concurrent amenities and services. Thanks.
Councilmember Sweet?
Thank you, that was helpful. I have more of a question than anything else. Are the cars on here? And would they be included in this analysis?
So the cars are all within existing areas delineated. So the Parmac cars in existing urban growth center, the Goodwill and Michaels sites are in existing designated neighborhood centers.
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first, I agree with Councilmember Black's comment on 3.2, so thank you for raising that. Also, just thank you. I know that it is really a lot of work to go back and probably rewatch the council meeting and pick apart all the comments and try to translate that into something for us here tonight. So thank you so much for all the work that went into that. I really appreciate it. I also went back and rewatched because when I read some of these, it wasn't quite my recollection of what the consensus of council was. And in rewatching it, I'm curious to hear what some of my fellow council members think, but in rewatching it, my understanding, at least around the 10-minute neighborhoods and grocery store language, was that the majority of the comments were really around clarification of what that meant and not in striking them. I heard support for it. I certainly support keeping that language in. And so I'm really hoping that we get to a point where we just have clearer language. There were just a lot of questions around, like, we've used the language of 10-minute neighborhoods for quite some time. I also listened to and watched the Planning Commission meetings where there was a lot of discussion around 10-minute neighborhoods, around full-service grocery stores. So the comments, I think, were really coming out of a lot of that, of like, let's really be clear. I know that there were various planning commissioners who had different language, and there were a lot of, we think we have a lot of amendments tonight. There were a lot of amendments at those planning commission meetings. And so there were different ideas for how to clarify that language and how to really define that concept that we're really trying to get at with when we say 10-minute neighborhoods. So that's what I was hoping to see tonight, and that's what I'm, again, curious to hear what my fellow council members think. See some head nods, but kind of where I was seeing the consensus going out of our last conversation. So just generally, and that applies to 2.6 here, obviously, as you mentioned, but I also think there's kind of a domino effect into just wanting to have consistent language for several other of our policies, specifically land use policies. So I think that comment would be applicable to multiple of the revisions that were in the packet. Thank you.
Before I go to you, Councilmember Sweet.
I just want to add on to Councilmember Falcone's comments about the 10-minute neighborhoods. I just didn't feel like we walked away from them forever. I feel like as we look at places like Totem Lake, we've created 10-minute neighborhoods. So it's got to be in there somewhere. It's just sort of taken on a meaning all of its own. And I think you'll hear from me later on or throughout this discussion. I still think we need a lot of clarity around some of the items that we're discussing, you know, the concept of livability, those kinds of things have to be more clearly defined.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal?
Thank you. So just to offer some additional comments based upon what I've heard and what I've read, LU 2.6, which is up on the screen, the top one, I do think that captures a lot of, we had a pretty significant discussion last meeting, well, I guess 2 meetings ago with the Planning Commission. I think that captures that, really defining the urban growth centers and the neighborhood centers. In 3.2, listening to Councilmember Black's comments, I guess a question for the council staff before I comment on it. So it originally said in areas that have commercial services, parks, and open space, and good access to schools and quality service and quality transit service. So do our urban centers and our neighborhood centers not have commercial services, parks, and open space, and good access to schools and quality transit service? Are we trying to say the same thing, but we're saying it in a more consistent way, I guess, is the question for staff.
Yeah, I think the question, I can take a stab at this, but I think absolutely the urban centers and the neighborhood centers certainly have those characteristics, right? I think the question is, do other parts of the city also have those characteristics, and should we also focus, residential growth in those areas? I think one thing I want to add is that right now the comp plan has sort of 3 tiers of growth, right? There's urban centers and there's neighborhood centers, then there's middle housing. Right, and so we think a lot about optimizing middle housing in the areas that are outside of neighborhood centers and outside of urban centers, and there's a huge amount of potential for that, right? Depending on how far council wants to go with optimizing middle housing, there's a lot of potential to get, significant density in, the primarily residential neighborhoods, which oftentimes do have access to commercial services and parks and open space as well, but are outside of urban centers and neighborhood centers.
Okay, well, based upon that, I would be in support of staff amendments here, where we're being very specific about urban growth centers and neighborhood centers, because those are the areas where there's complete communities. That's where we know there are all the different services and land uses and amenities that are going to provide the support that we seek to, I think, really provide all those different services and amenities that are going to assist in that increased density. So, yeah, I don't know. I think when I read through this, I think staff got it right in terms of being consistent in how we were using our language throughout. That's how I read it.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. With LU 2.6, we've been over this and over this and over this, but I think that potential 10-minute neighborhoods and 0.5 miles is arbitrary, not particularly well thought out, and we fully litigated this during the joint Planning Commission meeting with City Council and the Planning Commission. So I'm not going to make point by point on everything we talked about, but I support the staff recommendation of LU 2.6 and the removal of this language. Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, I'm going to let Councilmember Black.
No.
You want, okay.
Go ahead.
Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Okay. First, I think as we're looking at a number of these policies, we're trying to answer the question of where. And when we were not precise about it, that's where we've been getting a lot of feedback saying this could mean here. I don't want it here. We're talking about neighborhood centers, we're talking about the urban growth centers. And so I think what we were trying to get to in not saying half a mile within a grocery store and within a 10-minute neighborhood is more precision on where, because I couldn't think of areas that were a half mile from a grocery store that weren't already one of those centers. And as Allison has said, if there ever was that opportunity, we'd have a process for designating that. So I support what the staff recommendations for that precision and common language. I think Councilmember Black has got a interesting point that we're losing some of the intent here, but I don't think what's important in the original language in LU 3.2 is where, it's the what, which is more about saying maybe there's a policy that just says flat out, support access to opportunity in areas that have commercial services, parks and open space, and good access to schools and transit service, which gets to the equity point that I think you're making, Councilmember Black, without changing the scope of what intensity is happening where.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we literally, if we keep 3.2 the way it is, and frankly, we'd have to strike in order to support access to opportunity because it's literally incoherent. We're literally just saying what we've said in maybe 3 or 4 other places in this plan, that we're going to concentrate higher intensity residential development in and near urban growth centers and neighborhood centers. I think that's quite possibly exactly what 2.6 says. So I don't understand the need for a 2.6 and a 3.4 and a 3.2 that say the exact same thing. The whole point of 3.2 is the intent to provide opportunity. And it's not the opportunity to live in an urban growth center. It's the opportunity to have access to commercial services, parks and open space, good access to schools and quality transit. So I would just say, and I'll have this overarching comment later probably, just, about this document as a whole. But, we have a lot of this, a lot of cooks in the kitchen, a lot of wordsmithing with a lot of different people working really hard, staff, commissioners, the community, ourselves. And, we have a lot of this now in the plan where we're saying the same thing twice if we say it the way we're saying it here. Or we have an incoherent 3.2, a coherent 2.6, an incoherent 3.2, and we can change 3.2, but it's going to say the same thing as 2.6. I'm not going to keep us here all night till 2 a.m. I could have done 40 amendments of these types on this comp plan easily to try to make it perfect. It's not ever going to be perfect. But if we're going to have 3.2, I think it should be at least a coherent policy point. Thanks.
All right, anyone else? Okay, we've just spent 20 minutes on the first slide.
Okay, this is the hard one. Can I ask an overarching question?
Yes.
The initial statement that we want a comp plan that focuses on growth centers, neighborhood centers, and missing middle optimization, is that a fair statement to say there's consensus on the council on that as the starting point?
Primary.
If we have that, then I think what I am hearing is jury's out on 10-minute neighborhoods. We need better definition, and then we maybe, to Deputy Mayor Arnold's comment, then come back to the where. But I think what I hear is don't delete 10-minute neighborhoods because we didn't all say that, but clarification's going to matter. So we have some work to do between now and the 10th on that definition and how that then interacts with the policies.
May I? I have a question for Councilmember Falcone. So I wasn't clear on what you were suggesting. You would like to add 10-minute neighborhoods back to 2.6? Or were you just looking for a definition of 10-minute neighborhood?
I am looking to add it back with different language, add the concept back with clearer language of what we mean there.
Thank you, I needed that. Yes, thank you. Staff, do you need any more clarification? Okay, thank you.
All right, so I'll move on because we've got, I think, 2 more slides that sort of incorporate the same concept, and happy, Madam Mayor, to pause. So this is a little bit of an update. So this is somewhere where in your packet version, I think staff employed this strategy incorrectly. And so what we're actually recommending is council focusing their attention on the Planning Commission recommended version of this, which is the bottom version of LU 3.4.
What?
You have a question? Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
So why is there a November 19th packet version and a Planning Commission recommended version?
Sure. So in your packet, the attachment of the land use element shows track changes from the Planning Commission recommended version. So that November 19th packet version is a potential amendment to the Planning Commission recommendation. It's an area where staff may have not heard correctly a consensus council direction on that. And so what we wanted to do was also include just the straight Planning Commission version, so you could have both options if you wanted to talk about either.
You all right?
I'm confused by that answer, but we can move forward.
Okay.
Oh, Deputy Mayor.
Just want to clarify that if we don't change anything, what version are you taking as direction moving forward? If you're seeing no comments,
I think
what's?
she has another slide.
Not another slide with this policy on it.
Okay.
So if we don't hear council direction to take up the packet version, the Planning Commission version would stick of this
Deputy
policy.
Mayor, do you have comments then?
Yes, thank you. So as I look at these two versions, there's two things being said. One is the discussion of where, which is in the packet version that I like, but also the philosophy of saying we want to focus on areas that have frequent transit service. And I'm wondering about a combination of both. Because when we look at our urban growth center, if we look at our neighborhood centers, there's differences in which ones have frequent transit today and don't, which ones don't. And so I look at these and say we want to focus higher intensity land uses primarily in and near urban growth centers and neighborhood centers, prioritizing areas served by frequent transit. And that would get to both some clarity in where we're talking about, but also recognizing that some neighborhood centers have better transit than others. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Deputy Mayor. I really like, I'm liking that, because this has been a policy that's been in place since 2015, unchanged. And so we have been doing work programs and major implementation planning projects under this policy before a majority of us were on the council. I'm just looking around. Yeah, before a majority of us were on the council. So I actually, and I think what you just described, Deputy Mayor, is the actual, probably how councils before us interpreted this, and it's certainly how we have acted on it. We have acted on it in a way of looking at our urban growth centers, our neighborhood centers, and those that are served by frequent transit service. So I would just, I raised my hand to sort of make the point, long-standing policy, we have basically been operating under it the way you've described. So I think that makes a ton of sense.
Thank
And
you.
it also prevents it from being a third way of saying the same thing we said in 2.6.
Councilmember Pascal, I apologize. I missed you. Go ahead.
I'm totally fine with that. That's happy to follow Councilmember Black because I wanted to follow up on some things that you said. So what I heard you previously saying that, we want to avoid repetitive policy statements, that we all probably have lots of different comments and revisions, and I would agree with that. I agree with you that there are repetitive policies and that we all probably could talk a very long time about changes that we'd like to see. When I look at this, I feel like it is repetitive to some of the previous policies that were on the prior slide. I'm glad that staff looked at this and tried to provide consistency throughout, and I think that's what that November 19th packet version does. I think also what we've learned through all the public feedback in the process is that transit by itself isn't the sole ingredient to allow for increased density, that there's other ingredients there that need to be part of the land use process to allow for that. And so that's why I like the urban growth centers, neighborhood centers, because they provide all the different ingredients. It's not just about transit. And so that's why I support the November 19th packet version, even though it sounds like staff doesn't support that anymore. So it's a little confusing that staff recommended this and now don't support it.
So I will say it this way. When we were making changes based on what we thought we heard, we did not hear from the council to change 3.4. But in trying to be consistent in our application of language, we just sort of kept going as we were looking at so many other things that we kind of missed it. So we're trying to say we really didn't mean to change this one, not that we're backing away from a recommendation. So
Okay.
because this was the language that was in there before, and this was the planning commission recommendation.
I don't know that it completely clears that up for me, but thank you. I mean, I guess I don't, the semantics about this, urban growth centers and neighborhood centers provide the ingredients for more intense development. I don't know why we're arguing against that. That's the bottom line.
Okay, I have Councilman Falcone, Sweet, and then Tim Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I share any comments, Deputy Mayor, would you mind repeating the language? I just could use a refresher on what you were proposing for this before I comment.
Sure. It's the November 19th packet version, adding prioritizing areas served by frequent transit.
Okay, so it would be a subsection of what's there now, a subsection of either one, just the intersectionality of the two is what you're proposing, like the Venn diagram of where those two overlap. Am I understanding that correctly? Okay. If that's the case, then I don't necessarily support that. I don't think we should be narrowing. I feel pretty strongly that part of the conversation that kind of really picks where we're okay putting affordable housing is very reminiscent of redlining, which we know is a racist practice in land use and housing policy and governments throughout our history. It doesn't follow our values of equity or sustainability, and it is, environmentally unjust, right? And so it concerns me if we're like picking winners here and saying this is where we're going to concentrate the vast majority of our affordable housing, because as we know, those are areas that are more likely to have more air pollution, less likely to have the amenities that so many in our community enjoy in our, what we like to call single-family neighborhoods, right? And so any policy that's really gonna narrow down that significantly and basically redline out our single-family areas from having affordable housing, I do not support. I support the original policy 3.4. I agree with Councilmember Black that it has been sitting on the shelf for quite some time. I know that we made an attempt to kind of refresh that a little bit and missed the mark this year. I don't think that means that we shouldn't have that conversation. I just think that we need to do a better job having that conversation and really what the community wants, what is best for our community. And so I fully support keeping 3.4 as it is without cutting it to only include where there's transit in urban growth center and neighborhood centers. And there's a lot of, when I've had a lot of conversations with folks in the community who have concerns about this, I hear from a lot of folks that the things that we talk about, that's the intent and what would actually come out into practice is what people want. People want to be able to walk to go get their nails done or get their hair done or go to the corner store or, have gathering places in your community to meet. You want to be able to walk or bike or easily get to places within your community. If we concentrate all of our housing, all the people around these urban growth centers and these neighborhood centers, we're not going to have that. We're going to have more traffic. We're going to have more people. I just feel like these details in this language just make such an impact on the future of our city and such an impact on the things that we say are our values of equity and sustainability. And I feel like language like we're talking about goes firmly against what we say our values are and what we want for the vision of our city. So I didn't mean to get on my soapbox about that, but that's my rationale behind why I don't support that, and I support the Planning Commission recommended version. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet?
Just to pile on, I fully support the deputy mayor's adjusted language. And the reason that I support it is I think that this process has scared us away from transit. And I think it is still a very foundational component of what we need to look at in order to grow the way we need to grow. So I full-heartedly support including both the packet version and the transit comment from the deputy mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
I'm going to support Deputy Mayor Arnold in proposing this amendment, and every member of council has an opportunity to submit amendments before December 10th, as they did in this meeting. And I'm going to support Deputy Mayor Arnold's proposed amendment, and I'm going to withdraw my proposed amendment to 3.4, which was either talking about middle housing or deleting this policy in its entirety. But I will support Deputy Mayor Arnold and hopefully bring forth that language in written format at our next meeting.
Thank you. Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're going to be here a long time. Deputy Mayor, I'm sorry to make you do this again, but can you please read your language? We don't have it on the screen, so we're at a disadvantage.
Focus higher intensity land uses primarily in and near urban growth centers and neighborhood centers, prioritizing areas served by frequent transit.
Okay. So what I really like about, so again, continue to support it. What I like about it, it is not an argument against growth in our, and we're talking here about higher intensity land uses, which arguably is different than our other policies that are specifically about housing and affordable housing. This is higher intensity land uses. It doesn't say that it doesn't go in urban growth centers or neighborhood centers, so no one who's supporting this is arguing against that. And actually, and Councilmember Falcone, I actually really liked your visual of a Venn diagram, because I think what it ultimately, Deputy Mayor, I think your policy does, it does create a Venn diagram. It doesn't say we can't operate in either of the two circles, but it says where the two Venn diagrams overlap, those are places where future councils, future planning commissions, future planning staff are likely to be focused because of that infrastructure concurrency that we've talked about so many times. Transit being one of the key infrastructure concurrencies. So I still think this, I support this because I think fundamentally this is good. This is good urban planning when it comes to the aggregate concept of where higher intensity land use should occur. It should occur in growth centers, neighborhood centers, and in particular, ones that have that concurrency of frequent transit service. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, another 15 minutes. I appreciate this conversation, and I appreciate everybody articulating their point of views, and I do appreciate what Councilmember Falcone said. And we do have a housing problem. I don't think that the 3.4 precludes that, and so I also support Deputy Mayor's relanguage to 3.4. Allison.
All right.
I'm withdrawing my 3.4 stuff.
We will skip that slide when we get to it.
Thanks.
Thank you. If anyone else wants to save us slides, let us know. All right, so this is the last two policies where we employed this potential strategy. So two more policies where we replaced language that I think was trying to get at similar end goals, where we proposed you could replace it with in and near urban growth centers and neighborhood centers wanted to point out that for LU 4.4, Deputy Mayor Arnold also has a proposed amendment that is not reflected on this slide. Staff had already kind of initiated this amendment. Deputy Mayor Arnold's amendment shows both when we get to that slide.
You ready for feedback?
We're ready.
Okay, anyone? I guess they love it. Councilmember Falcone?
Can you elaborate a little bit more as to how and where you heard this? And I just am looking for a little bit more explanation on the why here.
Sure. So, you know, I'll speak, and then if Adam or city manager have any additional comments, I'd welcome those. So what we thought we heard from several council members on October 15th was some confusion about or lack of clarity around what a 10-minute neighborhood was, where concepts like that we had used very similar but slightly different ways to describe concepts we were going for, which is areas rich with amenities were the most appropriate places to focus growth, not exclusively, but primarily. And so this was our attempt at trying to standardize, kind of. The concept also was something that could be mapped more easily so that we could be transparent with the community so people know what we're talking about. The 10-minute neighborhood concept, I think in the planning world and amongst council members, I think everyone has a good idea of what that means, what it looks like, what it feels like. But when we get to drawing it on a map, what we have right now from the mapping we did with the last comp plan update, it's kind of a heat map. It's hard to draw the line on, okay, you're outside of the 10-minute neighborhood now because you might be within a 10-minute walk of a grocery store, but not a dry cleaner. Or things like that. And so this was something that we thought might get at council's intent of focusing on these more amenity-rich areas as the first place that we look. And then the in and near, if I could speak to that, is, you know, we've talked a lot in this comp plan process about this being the first step in policies setting our direction, and then us being able to get more specific when we get to either looking at work program tasks or zoning code amendments. We thought that saying in and near in the policy language gives us the direction, it makes the intent clear, it makes our first step clear. The and near could allow us, when we're looking at zoning code amendments, to say, hey, let's look at this neighborhood center and a quarter-mile radius around the boundary of the neighborhood center. So it gives us something a little more precise to work with if that's what council wants to do.
Thank you. That's really helpful. I feel like there are kind of two pieces of this that I'm seeing, and I'm fine with the striking as is, but I do have one. Again, I'm just thinking through the practical application of this, and if we're missing anything, it seems like as far as like commercial parking, we're talking about urban growth centers and neighborhood centers, and then we have a separate residential, right, component. And the piece that I don't see reflected here is something that we've heard from a lot of our small businesses throughout the years. I know Councilmember Pascal has talked about this, that is in an urban growth center, but around some restaurants and the ability to locate businesses because of parking minimums really getting in the way of economic development. And I'm also so curious about small businesses in other places throughout the city, and also thinking of the efforts that we have to really encourage like corner stores and things throughout the community, and parking minimums being a really huge barrier to that and an unnecessary kind of regulatory barrier. And so I feel like that is not reflected in here. And so if there's language that we can add that would just capture that, I think that would be really helpful, just to make sure it really captures what we're going for in other places in the comp plan as well and doesn't contradict that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have comments on 3.7? Councilmember Pascal?
Yeah, thank you. So question first for staff. Language is important here, and I kind of focused on that first word of 3.7, pursue. Is there a reason why we use that term as opposed to evaluate?
That specifically was a word that Planning Commission in their review looked at and amended at some point.
So it used to say, it used to have a different word?
I believe it started with something more like explore.
The reason why I'm kind of focused on that is that I remember probably 8 years ago, we went through the right-sized parking evaluation where we had King County Metro actually went out and looked at a variety of different data points from parking for multifamily housing, not just in Kirkland, but throughout the region. And the point of it was to recognize that every area of the county and cities are very different in terms of parking demands and supply and so forth, and that it was heavily concentrated or influenced by transit service and so forth. And I guess as we explore this, I think that type of information is really valuable. So like, I'm worried that pursue just means that we'll just do it. As opposed to explore or evaluate means that, hey, you know, we'll actually kind of understand the nuances and differences that might come into play for different land uses in the city and different areas of the city. Recognizing commercial and residential, you know, are very different. So I'd like us to kind of focus on that one word, and I'd be more comfortable with something like evaluate.
And if I could, Leandra just gave me an update. So this is a revision to an existing 2035 policy, and 3.7 started out as consider. So that's what the 2035 comp plan has, is consider.
Thank you. Councilmember Timchison, and then.
Thank you. I did notice the same thing on the first word. I, in general, don't favor policies that predisposition elected body or appointed body towards a certain outcome. I would be in favor of putting parking minimums on the Planning Commission's work program when we explore 85th. I think this is a good subject. Thank you.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, this is why I think it's really good that we have 7 of us representing the community, because we have a lot of different perspectives. Because my first thought is, why do we have pursue? Why not just reduce and or remove? So I actually think pursue, I have to admit, might be a good compromise, even though that wouldn't be my preference. I mean, I prefer more actionable language and less squishy language. I mean, I think even our next policy here, not speaking to the content, but the first word is locate, not consider locating, it's locate, right? And I think that that's just much better practice to do. So again, my preference would be just striking pursue and reduce or remove. But given, you know, what I'm hearing from my colleagues, I think perhaps this is a fair compromise on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? You've already spoken. I'm in support of keeping the verb pursue.
Yay for pursue.
He already spoke. Okay. Do you have something to add, Councilmember Timchison?
Whatever. I don't know.
Okay. Are you managing me, Councilmember Black?
Well, sorry, can I just say one thing, Madam Mayor?
Yes, you may.
But our policies is that we can speak twice as long as everyone else has had a
Right.
chance to speak once.
Exactly.
So I just wanted to make sure. Okay, thanks.
Which is why I wanted to see if anyone else had anything to say.
Because later, and already, I've spoken twice. And later, I'm going to speak twice again. So I wanted to just make sure. Thanks.
Let's move on to 4.4. We're keeping it light.
All right.
This is like.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I want to know.
Sorry,
if-
I got excited to move to the next slide.
Okay, so we're looking at 4.4. Deputy Mayor has offered an amendment on 4.4. Deputy Mayor, do you want to speak to that?
Do you have that in a different section, Allison?
It
or-
is in a different section.
I'll just note, I think we'll do it when we get to the section. It's additive. It doesn't change this particular language. Thanks.
Okay. We can move on.
All right. All right, so moving into a different section, this is another one where staff tried to interpret what we thought we heard as intended clarifications from City Council. So ready to hear if we hit that mark or not. So one is a clarification in LU 8.3. This isn't one that you've specifically discussed, but we thought we heard some direction from council in wanting to clarify that the intent wasn't to locate permanent supportive housing or transitional housing in parks. And so rather than trying to clarify in various policies where we didn't intend to put permanent supportive housing or transitional housing, added it here to act as kind of a universal statement on that. And then just a really slight amendment on LU 8.5.
Thank you. Anybody any comments?
So I'd add that part of this conversation came out of the fact that we still want to explore using publicly owned properties for housing things, but we want to be very clear that we don't mean publicly owned properties that are parks. We mean like parking lots, surplus land, excess land next to city buildings, et cetera, but not in parks. We wouldn't put housing under this proposal.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You did see me out of the corner of your eye. I have a question just about the specific type of housing that is mentioned here. Can you explain a little bit more about why we're talking about permanent supportive housing and transitional housing and not just housing or affordable housing? Like why those specifically are being called out?
Yeah, I think the concept was that there are lots of policies already that focus on transitional housing and permanent supportive housing. We wanted to really make that clear. I think that we could also probably expand it to other types of housing as well. I mean, our parks are sacred, right? And our open space is sacred. So I think there's not really any intent to provide, to build other types of housing in parks as well. It exists, right, infrequently throughout our parks.
Yeah, I just want to not even unintentionally kind of feed into the narrative that there's something inherently bad about permanent supportive housing or transitional housing. And I think like differentiating here, specifically calling those out, makes it seem like there's something unique about them that's not worthy of being on this land, but that other housing or affordable housing would be. So I just want us to be mindful of that in the conversations. And if there's a very distinct, valid reason, of course, but if not, I think that we should just be more general here.
Okay, sounds good.
Anyone else? I support Councilmember Falcone's comment, and I do want to thank the public for bringing this to their attention. So, anything you want to say about 8.5? Okay.
All right, so that was land use. Switching over to housing. Okay, so over to Scott.
Okay, so familiar slide. This is basically like in the staff report. This where this is also placed is just as a reminder that these are the city's allocated housing needs. I provided in the staff report a kind of an overview of the growth housing requirements on the Growth Management Act. How they and the process of which the housing needs allocations occurred and our participation in that. I hope you had an opportunity to review that. Next slide. So most of the staff, most of the staff edits are in response to council members' feedbacks, either individually or as a group. They also respond to Department of Commerce's review comments. And a few of the edits deal with ambiguous terminology or just, trying to make the language align a little bit better with primarily the land use element, so they're making sure that they speak together really well, and not having a housing policy that tries to, housing element that tries to supersede the authority of the land use element. So this particular policy 1.6 dealing with supporting a programs that help faith-based or other nonprofit community organizations develop affordable housing on their property. Staff made these edits in response to what we heard related to ambiguous language, like context sensitive, which instead of trying to define, we just removed that. And then we added specific consideration, site-specific considerations and public engagement language with a preference statement at the end about affordability outcomes. Next slide. Oh, unless are we talking on each one? Okay, all right.
All right, any comments on 1.6? Councilmember Tim.
Thank you. I appreciate the edits that have happened to 1.6. I think this policy is getting to be very coherent. it looks like we're moving away from the CAR process and inventing our own process, but if we're doing that, the last sentence concerns me where it says preference should be given to the continued operation of faith-based. And I think that's probably something we should consider requiring. And I'll have to get more information on this, but I want to ensure that this is not an exit strategy for faith-based organizations to rezone and sell their property, and that the faith-based organization continues to operate. And preference being given is different than requiring that continued operation of the faith-based organization or the nonprofit.
I mean, some of these churches are combining populations, they're consolidating, they're eager to make land available. And if they can do that in partnership with this kind of legislation, I think it only makes sense. So I don't agree.
Yeah, I want to follow up on that. Some good points raised here. I do agree that this language is much improved, but that last sentence is something to kind of talk through. So just listening to my two fellow council members, I hear Council Member Sweet that there's partnership. So that to me, that tells me that you're still saying that there's a faith-based component and a housing component. I think what I think Councilmember Tim Chisholm is saying is that faith-based communities basically no longer exist, and it becomes primarily just a residential development. And that's the concern. And so I just heard you almost agree with him, though. So so you're saying that a church that is no longer that is, let's say, going out of existence could sell the property, and it could be treated different than any other property owner in the area, and be allowed to develop to a much different density.
By merit of this language.
Yeah. Okay. That's tough, because I mean, what if I was a business and I was going out of business and I wanted to sell my property and do the same thing? Why would a business be treated any differently than a church? Like, I don't understand the equity in that. So I understand Councilmember Tim Chisholm's point, that there should be some assumption that the faith-based organization would continue to exist in some form or fashion. That could be a nonprofit, that could be something else, but where we're not just seeing a sellout of properties, faith-based properties throughout the community. And from what I've heard from faith-based communities, is that that's not what they intend to do. They want to be part of the solution. They want to continue to coexist, but to allow for more affordable housing. And so I support that. I support that principle. And then in terms of preference, I don't really understand that term. Preference in what form? If an organization came to us and said, we really want to build some housing on our location for workforce, or because we can't, keep our employees here, they can't afford to live here, and we want to provide some workforce housing on our property and continue to operate as a faith-based organization, I think that's a very worthy goal, and I wouldn't want to just be like, well, sorry, you're going to be last in line. I'm concerned with that word of preference. I just think if we truly believe in this, then let's support it all.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to make sure I'm understanding the goal and the concerns here, right? So I'm kind of like taking a step back and making sure I'm comprehending what we're talking about here. So we know that there are faith-based organizations that have land, and to Councilmember Sweet's point, they want to do something good with that. They want to provide a community benefit Faith-based communities, as we know, often have values that they really care about our most vulnerable in our community. We know as a government, we cannot do this alone. We need partners. We need private. We need nonprofit. We need faith-based partners. We need school district. Like, we need all kinds of partners to help get this work done. So this policy's intent and goal is to help allow and facilitate that to happen. We're having to say, yes, we want to encourage this to happen. This is a good thing for our community, right? And then I hear, so that's one thing, and then I hear concerns that faith-based communities might try to profit off of this and like sell it, and because it's upzoned, and we want to prevent that from happening. I don't see why we couldn't do something that does not require, because I also think, to Councilmember Sweet's point, I mean, there may be a faith-based organization that ceases to exist at some point that is pursuing this type of relationship and doing this type of community good. Maybe it's like their last hurrah of their congregation before it has to, you know, they can no longer sustain themselves. I don't know, and I wouldn't want to prevent that from happening, right? I don't think that we need an ongoing, continued existence of the faith-based organization. I would love for them to continue in our community, of course, but if they're not able to do so or choose not to do so, I don't think that we should compel them to do so. But I think, you know, to Councilmember Chisholm's point, we don't want them to profit off of it and like be a moneymaker here, because that's not our goal. So I wonder if there's some sort of, you know, I don't know what the language would be here, but something that we have an assurance that there will be a continuation of whatever that community benefit is of the affordable housing, or something along that nature that will still get us at the goal, but I think would get to what I'm hearing is the concern over not wanting to these organizations to be able to make monetary profit, and I think would speak to Councilmember Pascal's concern of comparing it to businesses. A business, you know, a for-profit business would want to make a profit, whereas a faith-based nonprofit organization presumably would, well, correct, not necessarily, but if we have a protection in place that they aren't to profit off of it, that it is to be continued in, you know, a certain number of years in affordable housing, or I feel like there's something that we can come up with that would help prevent that, so that we still get that same community benefit, regardless of whether that faith-based organization continues to exist and operate on that same property.
Thank you. Thank you, Beth. I'm kind of going round and round. I think that Councilmember Tim Chisholm's got a valid point that we need to protect against, and Councilmember Falcone has mentioned, like, we want that public benefit to continue, regardless. Both of those are valid points. In some ways, we can deal with this later, because the way the policy is identified is that these would have to be approved by council on a project-specific basis, and we can ensure those protections are there at that point. And then I look at the language and saying, it is true that, from my point of view, preference should be given to projects that we know the faith-based community is continuing or have deeper affordability. So I'm not sure that I have any suggestions on language that is, but would note that for the valid concern that Councilmember Tim Chisholm brings up, we could deal with during the approval process, unless staff comes up with some interesting language that helps make sure that community public benefit is protected. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I figured it was time for somebody to bring up the Fifth Amendment. That you have the United States Constitution, so I thought I'd just go and throw the Fifth Amendment out there. Property takings. No, actually, I'm trying to keep it light. I actually really appreciate my colleagues' attempts to try to, because I think what I'm hearing is a lot of the same interest, and just how are we going to bridge this and frankly, honestly, be consistent with sort of fundamental property rights, right? Because the faith-based communities who own their property do have, right, certain investment-backed interest in what they've purchased at some point in the long distant past. But I think what I'm hearing and what I think the direction we're going is that we're kind of recognizing that we're creating a special program, and that if you're going to avail yourself of the special program, then there might be, again, I think we have to figure out how we're going to say this, but if you're going to avail yourself of the special program, then there's a preference for the fact. If you are ready to cash out and sell your property and you don't care to avail yourself of the special program, then you have whatever rights are afforded to you by the United States Constitution, and you can sell your property, which of course are based on their investment-backed interest, based on the land use planning that's in place, et cetera, right? So I don't know how to word any of that, but I think that's where we're, okay, thanks. So I think that's what the bridge we're trying to build.
Thank you. I think the entire reason for this process is to create a process that's not the CAR process. The CAR process is available to churches as it's available to businesses, it's available to any landowner in the city of Kirkland. And if we're going to advance a policy that is different than the CAR process, then I think it needs to be better than the CAR process. And we should consider if this is better than the CAR process. And if it's not, we should leave the CAR process in place and just have faith-based organizations follow that process if they want to rezone. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager?
So, this is excellent conversation, thank you. I was only going to add what Councilmember Black touched on, which is the point was create a program, and some of the questions you've raised would be answered, because we'd have to come to you with a program that you'd adopt before anyone could submit a proposal. So I think there's two ways you get at it. One is the public benefits, and the proposal eventually has to also be approved by the council and the planning commission, but also the program itself has to be approved. So that's where we'd have that sort of specific criteria we could get at some of these issues.
Thank you. I agree. I think we're all trying to get to the same place, and it's almost like this is too prescriptive. It's not a policy. We're already getting into, we start talking about community engagement and all of these things. So I think we have some work to do on this. I will say that Bellevue has done this in their comp plan. I would be interested to see what they've done, because they've also subsequently passed an ordinance to back up their comp plan. So let's come back to this, but let's take a look at what Bellevue's done. Everybody agree with that? Okay.
Yeah, okay, so moving on to the next policy. This is policy H 2.9, which supports affordable housing on city-owned lands. And the amendments here are just responding to council feedback, once again, on ambiguous language related to context-sensitive removed. And it includes language regarding neighborhood infrastructure and service conditions.
I'm sorry, forgot I was in charge. Okay. Anybody have comments on 2.9?
Looks good.
Okay, go ahead and move on, Scott.
Okay, here's a revision to policy H 2.15, which deals with retaining affordable housing through retrofit programs and weatherization, energy efficiency programs. This amendment, kind of is addressing, unfamiliar jargony kind of like planner jargony language, like unsubsidized affordable housing, and just removes unsubsidized and turns that into just writes it as affordable housing and rewrites the policy to be clear to who who benefits from this program, i.e. Existing property owners.
Go ahead. Oh, Falcone.
Thank you. Is the intent of this, it talks about supporting the retention of affordable housing by maintaining and retrofitting homes. Are we implying that the city is going to be maintaining and retrofitting these homes, or that we're going to be providing programs in order to more easily allow homeowners and other organizations to assist in this or partner in this? I'm obviously aware of some of the work that we're doing and considering growing the work of related to this, and I'd like to see that continue. And obviously, it just makes financial sense. It's the right thing to do to preserve as much already existing affordable housing stock as we have. I think that's not very controversial in the community. I think that's pretty well supported, and just kind of is a no-brainer. And I think certainly this aligns with our values of equity and sustainability, and also just is good to improve the quality of life for those who live in existing homes as well, who struggle maybe to afford or have the knowledge or whatever. There's a variety of supports I know that we can give, access to connecting folks with grant program, potential city funding, potential, navigation services, and like evaluation of the conditions of the home, and advising, things like that. Is that what we're meaning here? To me, the language sounds like the city's going to do this. So I just want to make sure we're clear on what we're doing, and maybe the city is doing some of that and supporting some of that, but it's not necessarily the city that's going to be going and retrofitting all of these homes.
Yeah, actually, that's probably just some omitted language right there.
Okay.
It could be just simply that after the word by, we can insert the words through programs that,
Great.
something.
Thank you. That was a very great, succinct response to my very verbose comments. Thank you.
Anyone else on that one?
Okay, moving on. And then here is how, housing policy 2.21, which deals with fair and equal access to housing, was rewritten with a little more plain language for readability. This was just staff initiated, so we're riffing at that point in time with trying to make things a little bit more readable and digestible to the public and to future council members.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wonder if we've compared this to like the list, I think of, I'm blanking on the policy number that Councilmember Black mentioned earlier that had like the list of, schools and this and that. And I just feel like we need to be consistent here, or at least like, I know it's hard because we mean slightly different things in different places, but I don't see schools, for example, listed here as one thing. I don't see childcare, other things that may be through community services. So just there's some room for interpretation, and I want to make sure some of those really important priorities in the community are included here. So I don't have a very specific amendment, but just general comment to that, please, here. Thank you.
Councilmember Black.
I was, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was looking at Deputy Mayor Arnold because I was going to see if you, Deputy Mayor, were going to talk about the fact that you kind of have an amendment that springs out of this one. And I don't know if they live to, I was going to ask at some point, I just don't know if it's now or Allison Scott later when there's a separate slide on this. But are these two policies going to live together? The staff recommended 2.21 and then Deputy Mayor, your amendment, which was.
Not sure which one you're referring to that would be related to.
It would be the one that is now possibly going to be general policy 3.3, which is based on the old housing 2.20, which is actually, this is a rewrite of the old housing 2.20, so that's why I'm asking. So we created a conundrum of, just one of many conundrums we created for ourselves tonight. And do we cross that bridge later?
I mean, our proposal was to deal with all the council amendments after all the staff amendments, even though we
Okay.
do recognize some of them amend.
And then at that time, we'll figure out what impact it might have on this, the head nods around this particular staff amendment.
Or what things need to get withdrawn.
Okay, all right, sounds good, thank you.
Any other comments on 2.21? Go ahead.
Okay, this final policy is a new policy by staff. It's responding to council feedback related to ensuring that housing policies align with land use goals and ensure neighborhood livability. And there is a kind of, again, I think similar to the previous goal that ended up moving over to the general policies. This too is pretty broad and probably could live in the general policies and relate to more than just the land use goals, but just all comprehensive plan elements as well.
Thank you. Any comments on 2.30? Councilmember Falcone.
It might be what Councilmember Sweet's going to say, because I was going to reference a comment that she made earlier this evening about defining terms such as livability. So I just want to echo that because I agreed with that earlier and it's relevant here.
And I'm not sure I want to have anything that says livability and sense of place.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Tenchison, did you have something to add?
Well, I guess I don't see any problem with this policy, and I haven't heard it articulated. I've heard we don't like the word sense of place or livability, but I don't know why. I haven't heard it articulated why. So I don't see a problem with the policy. I'll support it.
Okay. Anybody else want to weigh in on this one? Councilmember Black?
I just wanted to note that the staff separately does have a policy, staff-initiated policy edit that does define livable community. And I don't know how we would word this exact thing, but if we have an acceptable definition of livable community, at least some, perhaps not all the concerns, but some of the concerns raised might be addressed. At least the question of having a defined concept could be addressed simply by rewording this to spring off of the defined concept.
And you are finding that on attachment 5?
That is, yes, attachment 5, page 66.
Okay, and we are going to come back to attachment 5, correct?
We do have that in a few slides.
Then let's hold off the livable conversation till then. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to add on to that, I think this is a lot of, I think, good intent, but kind of wishy-washy language that I'm not sure exactly what it means. And so this can be interpreted a lot of different ways, and so I'm not sure how actionable it is. When I think about, preserving high-quality neighborhoods, that's going to mean quite different things to different people in our community, and people are going to latch on to that. And I think that, we want to guide growth while enhancing something, like making it good for both. Basically, we want to say, I think the intent here is change is coming. We want to make sure that we're not only helping make a good quality of life for future residents, but that we're looking out for current residents too. I feel like that's the intent here, and I think we can say that in a much simpler, more concise way that's not as wishy-washy. My thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. I agree. All right. Anyone else have comments on this? Okay. I think you got to come back to us with that one.
All right, so that was the housing element, and now to the vision statement.
Right. What we heard at the last study session was that City Council wanted to have a shorter version of a vision statement for the agenda sheet. So what we have on the screen is the Planning Commission's recommended a longer vision statement that would go in the comprehensive plan, and then also in your packet. And let's see, next slide, we have a shorter version that we crafted using the Planning Commission's recommended version. So the shorter version we crafted, and we'd like your input on this. And this, we were looking at the same number of words of the existing agenda sheet version. So this is what we put together. We welcome edits, but we recommend this as a shorter version to the agenda sheet.
Thank you. City Manager?
So I just may add that in my individual conversations, I heard from a lot of you that they appreciated this attempt, but maybe just go back to the 2015 vision statement. So rather than maybe have you go through this, if that's something the majority would like to look at, I don't know if we have that, but that is a lot of individual feedback that I got.
So you're talking about the agenda sheet shorter version? So that's on the
it's
agenda
actually in your
sheet
agenda.
that you all should have.
But I don't want to preempt the conversation, but since I got that from a lot of you, I decided to throw that out there. That was all today, so.
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are things that I think need to be improved on the old vision statement, and there are things I think need to be improved on this. So I personally feel like it's somewhere in the middle, not to open a can of worms, but like, if we're ready to open that can of worms, I have thoughts, but I
You
look
just did.
All right. All right, so In the first sentence, I think about, we say celebrating diversity, inclusion while combating racism. It almost feels like those are two distinct, like we're saying, we're doing this, but we're also doing this opposite thing during it, but it's really part of that. And so I'm not really sure what value that brings. I also want to make sure that we're including other forms of discrimination, which was in the longer version as well, but I think that's really important that we include that, and we've talked a lot about intersectionality of being anti-racist as well as the importance of that. So I think having something like that, I think that we're trying to get at that in maybe the next sentence a little bit, at least about folks with disabilities. Tying abilities just to travel modes is a little bit odd to me. There's a lot of work to do in our city planning related to folks with disabilities and folks of all abilities that are not related to travel modes. So I think it's a little bit odd that we're just calling out specifically mobility disabilities related to travel modes. So I think that needs some work. I don't know what all life stages means. To me, that seems like an age thing, like it's for young people and middle-aged people and older people, which is very important, but it's not the only thing that we care about as far as housing abundance. And that's my higher level comments, but I'm sure that's not without wordsmithing. Those are some of my largest concerns with the one that's on screen. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet?
I just want to make a suggestion. If enough of us did support, oops, sorry. Thank you. If enough of us do support looking at the existing vision statement, I wonder if Amy could make her comments pertinent to that one rather than this one.
Happy to, if that's the preference.
Thank
I might need a moment to do that and do
Yeah,
it.
so I would also, the intent was to say the old vision statement over but the planning commission longer statement would still be in there, which I think incorporates a lot of these, but the summary statement, which the council was interested in, it heard a lot of interest in the summary statement being the previous 2015 statement, but not to delete the planning commission one, but to have both.
Thanks for the clarification.
The long version of
The long version, the planning commission would be in there, the short version would be the 2015, so if that's a starting point for council.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yeah, I just was going to say that I was not one of the ones that talked to you about the vision statement. It was something that I was so focused on so many other things in the comp plan that I maybe overlooked it. But when I did read it initially, I was like, wow, this is a really good vision statement. Then I realized it's our current one. So, anyways, that's my support for that one.
Okay. Councilmember Black?
The only thing I would add to that is I think Councilman Falcone's comments on the proposed revision is part of the reason I like the 2015 better. The proposed one just has so many things we'd have to work on. So so just make that point. So I agree with a lot of what you said. Good reason maybe to see what we can do with the 2015 version.
Anyone else?
I just want to clarify, so we're not saying 100% in stone, the old one, but that's a starting point with maybe some minor tweaks? Is that kind of?
Correct.
Thank you.
I would like a chance to weigh in. I prefer the 2015, and one of the things I really like it is there's we statements. It talks about we as a community, so I think it's really well written. I would be cautious trying to cram everything in it because it needs to be short and succinct. So if you want to come back later with after you've had some time.
I can, just to give you a minor flavor, a thing I've repeated a lot, the second sentence, we are a vibrant, attractive, green, and welcoming city, a welcoming place to live, work, and play. People do more than live, work, and play here. They shop here, they study here, so I prefer to be, or something very more, that's a minor thing.
Less words
But
than
just to give you a flavor for the type of comments, it would be much different than my comments on the other one. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on.
Okay, and then also at the last study session, we heard that we needed some definitions related to context-sensitive design, and I noticed that, and that was in previous housing policies that may not be being considered now. But so we offer you some two definitions, one under context-sensitive design, if we even need this at all, or and livable community. So these are staff edits. And then we have another, so the next slide talks about the 10-minute neighborhood analysis. And this is an existing definition we have in the glossary. And we also have a web page on the city's website that talks about the 10-minute neighborhood analysis that we did previously. We haven't updated it, but realistically, it wouldn't change that much, really. You looking at a heat map, it really shows that you've got your heat maps around the urban centers and the neighborhood centers. But there are some suggested edits that staff made to define more the destinations that are important and the accessibility. So the destinations, a walkable community is one that is easy to get to multiple destinations by foot. Most important destinations are the one that allow daily needs to be met, and then also defining the accessibility, easy and convenient transit service available to access destinations that aren't easily accessible by foot. So, you know, how do you agree with these or suggested edits?
Should we
So,
take,
So go each one?
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Let's do context sensitive first.
Yeah.
Anyone, Deputy Mayor?
Well, first, is it necessary, given the initial
That we've
discussion that
deleted
Scott has mentioned? If we don't need it, I would pull it.
Okay.
Okay. Red pen. Livable community. Councilmember Sweet.
Sure. Yeah, that's probably part of it. I guess it's tough to define in the sense of where you're using it. So, I mean, I agree with the definition. So I don't have a problem with it.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yeah, I think it's a tough thing to describe or define. I know that I've said in the past, and something I don't see in this language, is that if you don't feel safe, I don't know how it can be livable. Like public safety piece of it. I don't know that that's reflected here. I see safe transportation options, but I don't see feeling safe. So, and I'm sure there's other things that aren't captured here, but that was one thing I noticed.
Thank you. Anyone else? Deputy Mayor? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Falcone.
That's okay. I actually have something on this and the next slide, so I'm happy to go last on this.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
As we're looking at definitions, I don't like definitions that refer to other definitions, and we're getting technical, like mixed-use zoning and a diversity of housing types. Really, it's about the effect. Mixed-use zoning is about saying we want convenient services and amenities. Diversity of housing types is a variety of options for everybody that works in this city to be able to live in this city. And so if there's a way to more generalize this, I think it would, and make it less planning speak, it would be improved.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I agree with what I'm hearing. I mean, I feel like, you know, in the first sentence I really like, includes essential features that allow residents of all ages and backgrounds to thrive, although I'm sometimes confused by what ages and backgrounds mean, and if that really includes everything that we're referring to here, right? And so I think that could use a little bit more work, but generally we want everyone to be able to thrive in our community, all members of the community to be able to thrive, right? Not just survive, but thrive. And we were struggling even with helping folks to just survive. And so I think that that's really what we're trying to get at here, that people can enjoy life, that they can thrive, that they can have, you know, the family and the lifestyle that they deserve, right? And so, and ages and backgrounds are part of that, but like, I think there are other demographics that doesn't necessarily have to do with background or age that I think is really important. So I think, again, to the point of defining terms that we use in here, I think is really key. I don't know that we need the rest of it. Like, I think if we're just really focusing on making sure that everyone can thrive, I think that's the goal of what we're looking for here. So I think that's okay. And Madam Mayor, if I may go on to the next slide, I have comments on that, or unless there's more.
Well, I think I'd like
Oh,
to comment
yeah.
on this one.
Sure. Didn't mean to assume.
But that was an interesting thought, that just leave the first sentence, redefine the first sentence, and we don't need the rest of it. So interesting feedback. Can we boil it down to the essence? So, good luck.
So I hear bring back, this one needs more work.
Yes,
Okay, got it.
yes. Okay, we'll move on to 10-minute neighborhoods. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, now I have to shift my brain back to this one. One of the things that really, well, first, I think this is helpful in the conversation we had earlier. And so in that context, I think that I'm looking forward to our future discussions on this, but I think that this is really helpful. I do think we need to be mindful of saying walkable and by foot, just being more inclusive here in some of the language that we have and really what the intention is. That's kind of my biggest piece of feedback here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, thank you for that comment, by the way. So I agree with that. And I feel like we lost something under accessibility. Somehow, we lost the concept of the community needs to be able to conveniently get to the destination. So we have these two elements, right? We have destinations that are worth getting to. And then we have the fact that they're actually accessible. And those two things together create a 10-minute walkable neighborhood, right? Now it's an easy and convenient transit service is available to access destinations that are apparently somewhere else that the transit carries you to. I feel like we lost the fundamental concept, which was I live in a neighborhood, there's some destinations nearby that are 10 minutes away, and I can access them. That may include a bus stop, but it's not easy and convenient transit service. It's easy and convenient access to the destination that matters, that makes a difference to me. So I feel like accessibility needs more work. And I feel like it's a little bit of a rollback, but there must have been something we were trying to get at. So rolling it back and then getting to whatever we were trying to get at. But when we just turned it to convenient transit service, I think we missed something.
Thank you. Anyone else? Sounds like we're going to want to visit this one again also.
All right, so over to Leandra for neighborhood plan.
All right.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. The last of tonight's highlighted staff-initiated amendments is shown here. It doesn't come from the October 15th conversations that we had, but it's based on community feedback since then. So staff is suggesting some amendments to policy MB 32, which lives within the Moss Bay Neighborhood Plan. These changes update the narrative text, which supports the policy, but no changes are proposed for the policy itself. We've added mention of the future of Park Lane study, as well as direction to work closely with relevant property owners and other community stakeholders when we explore future pedestrian-oriented programs along Park Lane.
Any comments on this, Council? I think we're okay with it.
Great. And then back to that kind of ambiguous livability term, we worked really hard with this comp plan update to ensure that the next 20 years also includes sustaining what makes Kirkland great and creating an environment that supports current and future residents and visitors and workers by addressing key aspects of livability like access, connectivity, and fostering a sense of community. There are many policies that aim to achieve this, but many have kind of flown under the radar with recent discussions, just primarily because they're much less controversial and they've received support from both the public as well as the Planning Commission. Many of the policies within the attachment 4 of your packet are adopted already through the 2035 Comprehensive Plan Update. Some have been amended and strengthened through administrative edits, and then others are new. We've added just some examples, a small list of examples on screen. Some of these examples include citywide policies that aim to provide opportunity for folks of all ages to connect with their community, to thrive over time, and to celebrate the unique aspects of their surroundings. And then there's also a plethora of neighborhood plan policies that seek to do things like activate public spaces and increase awareness of sustainability and environmental stewardship, as well as enhancing and really celebrating the unique neighborhood identities that exist. A more comprehensive list, as I mentioned, is available in attachment 4, but it should be noted that that's not an all-encompassing list.
Thank you. And thank you for pulling those for us. Any comments, questions, council?
All right, so we're through the first section. The rest of the slides we have prepared for you are council member amendments, looking to Madam Mayor and City Manager for next steps.
City manager,
Yeah, so I want to check in with the council. As I know, we have this as a business item later this evening. If we paused here, it would be a reasonable break, and then to go through them in the business section and make a decision at the end of that as to whether the council wanted to act or whether you wanted to bring it back to the December 10th study session. I think if we started this, my guess is we probably wouldn't get finished by 7:30 in time to start the council meeting.
I think it's a good idea to move it to our business agenda. Any objections, council? Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
I have no objection, but a lot of my proposed amendments have been addressed, and so if we move forward with this today, that's fine, but we're probably going to waste a lot of time. We may be wasting time, because,
Just move through those quickly.
okay,
then.
that's fine.
Okay. Councilmember Falcone?
Just have one comment that I submitted to council, a proposed amendment earlier today from the coordinating committee of the city and Lake Washington School District, and it would be really helpful if it was included in the deck for our, I know that's kind of last minute, but be able to do that. Apologize for the last minute submission of that. We just needed to hold the meeting with the school district prior to providing that recommendation to council. Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
can do that, yep.
All right, we are going to conclude our study session for the evening. We'll be back at 7:30 for our regular meeting. Council, it would help if you move your cups and things when we move up. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. I swear. You know, are you ready? We are back in session following a study session on the 2044 Comprehensive Plan. I'd like to note one modification to the agenda. Unless there is an objection, I'm going to add a closed session for the purpose of discussing collective bargaining, which we will hold following an executive session. All right, seeing no objection, we will be now moving on to honors and proclamations. Before asking Councilmember Sweet to join me in reading the Transgender Day of Remembrance Proclamation, I want to make a brief statement on behalf of the City Council in support of our trans community. In times such as these, it is important to remember who we are as a city. In Kirkland, we reject bullying and have no tolerance for violence and hate in all its forms. In Kirkland, we lift each other up with understanding, civility, and respect. In Kirkland, everyone belongs. To our trans community, know that you are seen. Know that you are respected. Know that we stand with you today and every day. Know that you are safe here. Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
So as you're coming up, I want to go ahead and introduce our special guests. We have Ren Nowers and his parents. Ren is a member of the Pride Across the Bridge and president of the Sammamish High School Gender and Sexuality Alliance. Mother is here, and I believe father is going to take photos.
Thank you. This is proclaiming November the 20th, 2024 as Transgender Day of Remembrance in Kirkland, Washington. Whereas in 1999, Gwendolyn Ann Smith, a transgender activist, founded Transgender Day of Remembrance to honor Rita Hester, a transgender African-American woman who was murdered in 1998. And whereas designated on November the 20th of each year, Transgender Day of Remembrance honors the memory of the transgender people whose lives were lost to senseless violence, transphobia, self-harm, and structural inequities. And whereas in November 2023, the Human Rights Campaign, a national organization, declared a national state of emergency for LGBTQIA plus Americans in response to over 550 anti-LGBTQIA bills introduced into state houses across the country. And whereas thus far in 2024, there have been 27 transgender and gender expansive people whose lives were taken through violent means, and it is known that there are many other violent crimes that are unreported or misreported. And whereas 74% of these murders were victims of color, and 48 were Black transgender women. And whereas it is critical that an intersectional perspective and acknowledgement of symptomatic racism, classism, sexism, and homophobia is needed to effectively address the needs and concerns of transgender individuals and other non-gender conforming people. And whereas LGBTQIA plus organizations, community members, and allies help raise awareness on the importance of inclusion, protections, and the respect of those who are transgender. And whereas African American and Latinx, transgender women, as well as other transgender people of color, disproportionately make up the majority of those murdered, attacked, and denied equal treatment throughout our country. And whereas those lost this year and in years prior
deserve to be honored and remembered. Their lives mattered, and they will forever be missed by their friends, families, partners, and community. And whereas individuals who identify as transgender should be acknowledged, accepted, and validated. And whereas our city is proud of and strengthened by the rich diversity of Kirkland community members of all identities and will continue to inclusion. Now, therefore, she, Kelly, and we invite our community to help raise awareness of the lived experience of transgender people everywhere to help foster a more equitable and inclusive community. Signed this 19th day of November, 2024.
Okay, so you've now heard what the Transgender Day of Remembrance is, and of course it is important because it honors those who have passed and lost their lives and brings attention to the severe problem in not just the US, but the world. This problem is the hate, violence, and danger transgender and gender nonconforming people face. But this day also serves another purpose, which is to bring us together. This day reminds us that while it is so easy to feel alone and small in the tragedy the transgender community has and continues to face, we are the opposite of alone. We are strong and united in the love and support of one another. The American Labor Union and community organizer Mary Harris Jones said, "Mourn the dead and fight like hell for the living." I think of that quote when I think of transgender and genderqueer individuals who have lost their lives or who continue to struggle in this country. And I think that this quote is what we should take with us when we think of fighting for our community. Thank you.
Okay. We are now moving on to announcements. City Manager.
Thank you. So we are delighted today to be able to accept a donation from the Kirkland Parks and Community Family Foundation, raising almost $80,000 for the Fisk Family Park. The Executive Director of the Kirkland Parks and Community Foundation, Carmen Dalziel, is going to make a donation presentation to you all. She's also joined by several members of the folks who donated, as well as members of the board of the Parks and Community Foundation. So please come up, anyone who wishes to join her up at the podium. And then there'll be a presentation followed by a photo from the council from this wonderful presentation. Thank you.
So Carmen, is this going to be a monthly thing? This is wonderful.
It's hard to believe people can't hear me. Does that
we
have to be on? Okay. I want to express my gratitude for your service and for the dedicated time that you put forth and the extensive attention you put to all the details. It does also not go unnoticed. And thank you to the city staff for their warm welcome as I have learned to acclimate the city. I got to play on the podcast the other day and had a really good time, so that was really fun. So let's turn our attention to this significant, look at that. It's a big check. All right, look at that. This check represents our community's dedication and generosity in preserving the Fisk property on 6th Street. Together, we have retained a unique piece of the Kirkland's history. A newly designated public park offers tranquility in the heart of the city, embodying our commitment to preserving natural beauty and appreciating Kirkland's very storied past. The Fisk property is unparalleled on the east side, surrounded by trees and the gentle flow of Everest Creek. It's our little piece of Zen, and we want to thank you for getting involved in it with us. The history of the iconic Red Cottage is rich as the land itself, and for 80 years, this property it has stood on the property as a testament to our past, offering a sense of rural charm and mystery. But Craig's going to be here and he's going to fill some things in. Now as part of the park system, Fisk Park provides everyone a chance to connect with the old Kirkland and enjoy a respite from daily life. This project aligns with our community foundation's mission to act as a catalyst and a convener, helping individuals find meaningful ways to contribute positively to Kirkland. Our community's ability to rally around this preservation effort demonstrates the impact that we can achieve when united by a shared purpose. I want to recognize Amazon and the many individuals, many of whom are here today, many of whom wanted to be here, but there's, I guess, a windstorm or something. They were like, So hopefully they're watching, or we'll watch later, given the power situation. But we are surrounded by a lot of support, and all those people made this happen. Your support has been instrumental as a council in preserving the shared piece, so thank you. Building on that collaborative spirit, I just also want to announce that our community giving campaign is also kicking up right now. Our Ignite campaign is running and supporting 30 nonprofit projects that are supporting the good of Kirkland. We're excited about it. We're encouraging everyone to get involved, and we want to just keep showing up for Kirkland in ways that can promote the things that people care about. So as today our gifts of funds are formally made, I just want to say we should celebrate our collective achievement. We're doing good things together. So thank you, council members, for your support, and thank you to everyone who's made this dream a reality. Together, we're preserving Kirkland's past, enhancing its presence, and shaping a bright future for generations to come. I'm going to invite Craig Gautry up to speak about some history about the Fisk property, and then our final speaker wasn't able to make it, so then we will just smile and hopefully take a fun picture. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Craig. I'll hold this for you.
Good evening. I'm Craig Gaudry with Windermere Real Estate. I've been in Kirkland since 1987, so I've seen a lot of history around here. The Fisk family goes back quite a ways. Jim Fisk's mother, Janet, first used to run the elevator tower, the elevators at the Smith Tower. And I've got a really cool old framed matted picture of her running this, and the Seattle PI ran an ad, and it said, Seattle real estate's going up. 1934, there was $2 million worth of business activity in 1934. And so and I've got tons of old pictures that I'm giving to the Heritage Society and with the park so that we can try to pass some memory on. I mean, there's old pictures out in Juanita Beach, from the old Model T type cars and everything, getting ready to go for a swim. There's all kinds of stuff in the property, the Fisk property, which started back in the 40s for their family. So it's a lot of cool stories, and Jim was a great guy. He was born in that house, and just paying it forward and letting the future generations know that we've got a history here too. I think sometimes when everything gets developed, it kind of gets passed. So I just wanted to try to follow through with Kurt and with Tom. We all worked on this for a long time to bring things forward, and glad we were able to do it. And I think it's a great opportunity for the city of Kirkland. So thanks again, guys.
Thank you. And before we all come down for the fabulous picture, I just want to thank the Kirkland Parks and Community Foundation and all the donors. And The city of Kirkland has a long legacy of preserving valuable open spaces. I know that we're all incredibly grateful for the beautiful parks that we have on Lake Washington, and that wouldn't happen without vision and courage and seizing an opportunity. So, and this is an example of preserving a beautiful piece of property that we will all treasure for years to come. So thank you for your vision, and thank you for working so closely with us, and thank you for your generosity. So. All right, next we are moving to items from the audience. This is our time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters that are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing. We have a public hearing scheduled this evening, item 6A, on the 2025-2026 budget. Remarks on that item will be reserved for the public hearing. On all other matters, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments each on both sides of an issue. Because they can be disruptive, signs and placards are not allowed in council chambers, regardless of content. If you are present either in person or virtually and would like to address the council during this items from the audience period, please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or in person using the posted QR code. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Items from the audience is an important part of our business meeting, and we ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. We ask that you please do not clap or applaud after a speaker or otherwise openly express your agreement or disagreement with the speaker. When that happens, even when being openly supportive of a speaker, it can be disruptive of the meeting and discourage others from sharing a different point of view. We discourage people from using obscenities and personal attacks, and we ask that you direct your comments to council, not to the staff or audience members. Kirkland prides itself on being a respectful, welcoming community. We want everyone to feel like they belong in council chambers, expressing their viewpoints, regardless of content. City Clerk, who do we have first?
The first 3 speakers are Jack McCullough, Jennifer Loy, and Jack Stout. The first speaker is virtual.
So, Madam Mayor, just before they do that, just as council probably has noticed and the public has noticed, we had a storm-related glitch which has done something to our monitor, and we're trying to figure out how to get it up. We are apparently broadcasting, so, but obviously right now we can't get this to work, so.
So I didn't notice, so does that mean that we cannot do virtual speakers?
I believe we still can do that.
Okay. So we have Mr. McCullough first. And we have no tech.
I think we'll have to go with the folks here first, because
Okay.
the IT staff is outside trying to figure out what's happening. So.
Okay, Jennifer Loy.
Caroline Woods Chronicles, The Disagreement, Part 2. The first law of holes. If you find yourself in a hole, stop digging. Once I shared that I knew the inconsistency between how the park was being managed and what is in the pros plan, the park's director and deputy director must have thought, here's a great idea. Let's go talk about this with the Parks Board. But hold up, wait a minute. It was probably surprising to them when one of the Park Board members called them out for mischaracterizing my request and my character. Among the first of many falsehoods was their claim that I had, quote, dozens of meetings out there, presumably with Parks personnel. But that exchange is really for another time. What I hope you did hear in the recording, if you listened to it, is the claim that there is a disagreement on how to manage the park. Even after being tipped off about the meeting and recording, I didn't listen to it. The director's email suggested the meeting would be with her and the deputy director, Lloyd, which gave me pause. I called her on May 31st to chat about two things. One, I asked if she alone wrote the email she sent me because it had a few things that were not accurate. She confessed that she indeed had help crafting it. Secondly, I said I'd like to request that the deputy director not be in attendance due to his behavior at the meeting in the park. I told her that he had lost his composure and did not appear to be interested in finding a solution. While more cleanup had started to happen at the park, I was looking for an appropriate stewardship solution. Most of my questions were not answered, and all the documents requested not provided. I did get some. The answer to when and why did this park start being managed as a natural area went unanswered. This led me to ask for more documentation and plans so I could figure it out myself. Ultimately, I was told by the director during our telephone call to file a public records request when I simply wanted answers to basic questions. Now we need to get ready for this meeting. I found by myself a link on the city website to a 2014 plan for Carillon Woods Park, prepared with a forestry grant and a consultant. No one I spoke with in Parks acknowledged that this existed. I then reached out to JGM, the landscape designer. It turned out the landscape designer had everything: full design drawings, installation pictures, hardscape descriptions, special garden features. Just the design fee was $57,000 from 2008. I also visited all the neighborhood parks that were graded within a point or two of Carillon Woods and took pictures. I had what I think I needed for the meeting.
Thank you. Jack Strout.
Madam Mayor and council members, thanks for allowing us to speak. And I'll introduce myself to those who may not know my history. I've been a resident here for about 35 years, owned a business for 15 years in Park Place, which isn't there anymore, and then kind of retired, but then ended up managing a nonprofit which served people with disabilities. And then I retired again and got involved with the Senior Council, and along the way, I enrolled in the study program at the University of Washington for gerontology. I thought if I was getting old, I might as well learn what's coming. So since that time, and overlapping this, I've been, I guess you'd call, an advocate for senior issues and people who have mobility issues. Sometimes I have those as well. In fact, I've got a folding cane in my bag there in case I stand up too much. I'm here with you tonight just to talk about something I think is very promising. The governor of our great state has been noted in the AARP magazine as having gone ahead and implemented the AAR program for livable cities. That program focuses on measuring how cities are livable for a senior population. And they actually have a rating program, and in that rating program, Kirkland is rated 60% out of 100 of cities their size in the country. But unfortunately, one area is a little weak, and that's the 40% on housing. And what's missing there is housing specific to senior needs. Seniors are not too good at walking, and they're not that good at walking upstairs. So one of their criteria is a one-step housing. That is, you don't have to go upstairs. A lot of the new housing that's being built, as you know, is 3 floors, not just 3 steps. Universal design is a program that's been accepted through university studies for many years. It focuses on how you can make a house accessible to people who are aging or have disabilities. You've already heard this before when the Senior Council had a study session with you, so I'm just repeating myself to emphasize the fact that in this planning process you're in, and I did read a lot of that, senior housing, those two words are missing. So as you go forward and rethink what's in that plan, do consider universal design for housing and the words senior housing. Seniors are a third of the population here, and we're not going away. We seem to be increasing in that number. So I thank you for whatever you can do to keep us going. And join us in the aging parade. It's a wonderful place.
Thank you. City Clerk?
I believe we're going to try online with Jack McCullough again.
Okay. Jack McCullough? There you are. Welcome. Can you hear me? Mr. McCullough, go ahead. I don't think he can hear me. How many people do we have virtual?
We have 2 at the moment, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do the people that are in chambers. We're going to take a quick break and reboot, and then we'll let the 2 virtual speakers go ahead. Fingers crossed. Can you communicate with them? Okay, thank you. So who do we have next?
The next 3 speakers are Paul DeVries, Bev Marcus, and Jenny Jager.
Paul DeVries. Welcome.
Hi. So I'm here again to talk again about why the city needs some sort of process for independent review of staff decisions that affect us citizens. I'm going to give you 2 more examples. I've given you some before. One has to do with a standard plan that developers use and are permitted to use. It's basic dispersion trench, plan number CK-D.221. It's flawed. Flawed primarily because we have a lot of glacial till in here, and what it basically is a hole in the ground that holds water temporarily. But basically glacial till is like a bathtub with water, and so it just basically holds water. It doesn't function. So these things that are built all around the city are undersized, which then results in runoff onto other people's property, including mine, and has affected me. There was one built just upslope of me, and to the point where when it was being constructed, it filled with water, and the city inspector came and told the contractor, just go ahead and pump it over in that direction onto my property. So that's what he did. He just basically flooded my property with the water pumped out of there. I filed a service request. Your engineer that responded to the service request was dismissive and condescending. Basically acted as if I didn't know what I was talking about. I have a PhD in hydraulic engineering and hydrology. I'm a licensed professional engineer. And this guy just basically told me, it blew me off. And I was trying to tell him, hey, this is why it's not working. So they went ahead and built it, and we've had rain, and now I have flooding problems on my property. And I filed another service request. The same engineer responded, again, dismissive and condescending, effectively told me to go pound sand, and said it was permitted, it was out of his hands, tough luck. So, and that's kind of, if you're getting advice from people like that, you need to think twice. Second, I was at a recent meeting with some planners, and they were good sports being there and all that. Both of them joked that, oh, we're not good at numbers. You're a planner. You should be good at numbers. You know, I mean, planning is all about numbers. And if I bring to point, say, densification, for example, numbers are implicit in the word densification. So again, you need some kind of process where you have some outside independent review of staff decisions that affect us, that affect your constituents. Because frankly, you know, we're paying the price for it, not just in taxes. I mean, taxes are worth it in that respect. But we're paying for it in terms of bad decisions that affect our quality of life here in Kirkland. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I have a handout here if anybody's interested.
If you will, yeah. All right, and next we have Bev Marcus.
Good evening, council members. I'm Bev Marcus. I live in Moss Bay, and I'm here to speak about the comprehensive plan. Amidst all the amendment wordsmithing, I'd like to take a step back and remember the why of the 2044 comp plan. In the city's own words, the K2044 plan is the primary citywide guide for how the community grows and works together over the next 20 years in terms of land use, transportation, and public facilities and services necessary to support this change. An incredible amount of work has been put into the 2044 plan by staff, by the Planning Commission, and by the Council. Community outreach began in 2022. There have been hours and hours of public testimony. Yet, during the final days before adoption, I've seen amendments, some quite significant, being proposed that I've had a really hard time understanding that process. Between the last-minute revisions provided by the Planning Commission and the last-minute amendments by the council members, it's been really challenging to fight my way through all the words and all the crossouts to see the big picture. What I do understand is that we have an affordable housing shortage now, a crisis that is only growing. During this process, you've heard testimony from a wide variety of folks on how this shortage affects real lives. How our teachers, our medical providers, our cops, our baristas, our students, and so many others we depend on can't afford to live in Kirkland. How people's kids won't be able to afford housing in Kirkland in order to live near their families if they so choose. Zeroing in on some details, I'm very concerned that there's been so much focus on locating growth in the urban growth centers and the neighborhood centers rather than sprinkling growth throughout the city. This basically exempts neighborhoods outside these centers from having to absorb their share of growth, with the exception of some middle housing, which has all sorts of concerning ramifications. Additionally, the very critical linkage between housing and transit seemed to have been removed wherever spotted in the plan, undermining the goal of all elements of the city working together, although from tonight's discussion that key transit linkage hopefully has reemerged along with the previously deleted 10-minute neighborhood references. Closing where I began, I urge the council to take a step back and not get completely mired in the word storm of the proposed changes.
I'm sorry, your time's up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jenny Yeager?
Good evening, council members. Tonight, as you consider a long and confusing list of last-minute amendments, remember the many voices who can't all be here tonight asking for abundant housing, especially near transit. Please remember the public hearing on October 22nd, for example. Mr. Nelson, wearing his cannula on Zoom, begged the city to allow much more housing like his tiny apartment in Arete in Kirkland, this beautiful, safe community that he loves. He wishes that more people could live in housing like Arete. Luke pointed out that 90% of people who work in Kirkland live elsewhere. Erin, a Kirkland resident and an LWSD elementary school principal, said each year her school loses amazing staff because there is no housing they can afford in Kirkland. Just this summer, she lost 3 staff members because their commutes were over an hour each direction. She said the problem is getting worse every year. Guillermo spoke about how hard it is to find housing near his work in Kirkland. Candida, when she saw a crowd of people in matching shirts, was almost too intimidated to walk through them into City Hall to speak. But she mustered her courage to say in Spanish how much she loves living in Kirkland. However, her son may never be able to afford to live here if we don't create more housing. Tarni, a project manager, spends 50% of her income for her one-bedroom apartment. Chris said over 9 years, his rent increased 60%. Alicia, who grew up in Kirkland and is raising her son here, spends over 40% of her family's income on rent. In the last 10 years, her family's monthly rent has gone up $1,000. Liz said that she's tired of seeing so many of her friends have to move away to find housing. Sheila spoke as a member of the LGBTQ+ community, saying Kirkland needs dense and diverse housing types to support the diverse needs of many family types and sizes. James urged, we should be less afraid of change to our community than we are afraid of people's inability to be part of it. There's no time to quote all the others who spoke: Anna, Rex, Forrest, Lauren, Amanda, Jasper, Kyle, Oliver, Randy, Alex, Brady, Jim, David, Michael, Abdullah, Clifton, Lara, Ingrid, Jackie, Charlie, Matthew, Eli, Kurt, Jasper, Neil, Scott, Valentina, Terry, Temba, Curtis, Danny, Mitchell, Jocelyn. There's no time to even list all the names of people who spoke asking for more housing near transit. When you hear people say, the community has spoken, please remember that the community is made up of a lot of different experiences.
I'm sorry, your time's up.
Thank you.
City Clerk?
The next three speakers are Kira Krimkovich, David Haynes. Oh, I'm sorry, he's virtual. So that'll be Kira Krimkovich, Ken McKenzie, and Alex Zimmerman.
Welcome.
Hello, thank you. I'm Kira. I am a resident of Kirkland. A few weeks ago, I submitted a petition to the council against residential neighborhood densification in our city. The petition is signed by individuals who do not support the intense densification of our neighborhoods. The petition urges Kirkland City Council to reject all comprehensive plans that support radically increased density in our residential neighborhoods. Since I submitted the petition a few weeks ago, an additional 509 people have signed for a current total of 4,136 people. Additional signatures roll in every day. In these final days of the comp plan, on behalf of 4,136 people from this community, I urge the council to take another step back and pay attention to the significant portion of Kirkland's voting population. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me, folks, no clapping. Thank you. Ken McKenzie? Ken McKenzie?
Good evening. Thank you. It's really noisy out there. The wind is blowing really hard. And it's so on a dark and stormy night, where do we go for inspiration? I go to the Revised Code of Washington. And so I opened up the RCW and I found 36.32.51. It has to do with district-based elections. And it says, there's a finding in there, it's passed in 2018, so it's fairly recent. The legislature finds that the leaders of local jurisdictions should represent the interests of the communities they serve and should be accountable to all their constituents. That's a really narrowing sort of view. It says that people that are elected should concentrate on the best interests of the people who elected them. Well, that makes a lot of sense. I remember my middle school student elections, they said, you know, I'm going to represent you whether I win or lose. What? I won, I'm going to represent the people who voted for me, and I'm going to represent the people who voted against me. So the legislature said that the representatives owe their allegiance to their community. They didn't say they owe it to another state. So if Nebraska calls up Kirkland and says, would you send me some money? The answer is going to be no. Nebraska, what? So, gee, Burien needs some help with something. Well, is Kirkland going to send some money to Burien? Probably not. We're here asking folks who are our representatives, our elected representatives, to represent our interests. We're asking them to not represent the interests of outside organizations, outside cities, outside counties. When the county calls up and says, would you help us out? It's like, there's county resources to solve county problems. Kirkland needs to focus on Kirkland problems. And that means that Kirkland needs to focus on people who live here now, not people who might live here in the future. We can't create a fantasy world and say, well, if we do this, then this kind of person will move to Kirkland. That's not what the legislature said. The legislature finds that the leaders of local jurisdictions should represent the interests of the communities they serve. That's present tense. And they should be accountable to all their constituents. We have to remember that. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Zimmerman. Mr. Zimmerman, why don't you make your comments to council?
What does everybody know? What is I know for years?
Mr. Zimmerman.
Yeah. It's my time. Yeah. Good. Sie Heil, my dirty damn Nazi fascist bandita Democrat mafia, cockroaches from Puerto Rico garbage. My name Alex Zimmerman. Yeah. I'm a German Jew, a white man. What is this guy talking right now? He's very stupid. You know what this means? It's exactly what is supposed to be, but nothing happened. What is I live here for almost 40 years. No in Kirkland, no in Bellevue, no in Redmond, no in Mercer Island, in OC sites. Never happened. Why? Because it's cockroaches who live in this city, you know what this means. Vote for crook like you, a Democrat mafia. I'm not alone right now. My president in my back. 100 million Americans stand up right now. I want to clean this Nazi pig totally. So I speak right now to these cockroaches who scared something doing, yeah? Or stupid like this man who talk it something what is everybody know, like us Constitution. You care about this? You never care, you never will be care. Before these cockroaches don't stand up and clean this chamber totally. And I talking about this more than 4,500 times for the last 20 years. And nothing happened. And nothing happened. So this degree of idiotic, what is having this state, what is we have in King County, you know what this means? Why? Because it's cockroaches scared, stand up, or they very stupid, you know what this means, for clean you. And I all time talking about this, and nothing changed. So this not about nothing change, it will be nothing change in future too. Next election will be bring same crook like right now, and before. Why? Because people acting like an idiot. They are idiot, brainwash cockroaches. We want change. This is exactly what is Trump talking. This is exactly what is 100 American million want. Change. Bring back America. Everything what is we want, bring back America. What is stealing from us? This crook, this Nazi pig, and everything. What has happened right now? I never see word accountability right now. And I go to many King County Council chamber, you know what is mean, different. Yeah, I never see word accountability. For my understanding, many Americans don't know what does this mean, accountability. Accountability to me look like you have a bazooka, you know what this mean? You can use bazooka for 3 minutes, you know what this mean? Talking something, what is everybody will be happy. Right now, nothing happy this. This is a problem what is we have. So I again speak to this idiot.
Mr. Zimmerman,
change this
time's up.
chamber. I'm legal.
For those of you new to council chambers, I want to offer a comment on behalf of the council. We heard statements from Mr. Zimmerman that are hurtful and offensive to the community. The council does not condone those statements. We are committed to making Kirkland a safe, inclusive, and welcoming place. At the same time, items from the audience provides an opportunity for community members to express their views to council, regardless of content. Do we have anyone else in person?
We have 3 more in-person speakers, Lisa Barrison, Alex Fertia, and Jill Stoddard.
Lisa Berenson.
Hello, council. Couple things. So, yes, we all know we need more housing. And yes, the city council does represent the people of Kirkland. What you don't understand is that the city council has other government agencies that they need to respond to and oversee them. So the city council in Kirkland, I find, is one of the better city councils on the east side. And you should be prepared for the fact that there are bills in the process down in Olympia that are going to start minimizing the amount of public comment at city council meetings, design review meetings, planning meetings, because it takes too long, it slows things down, and it costs a lot of extra wasted money. The other thing I want to comment about is before, when in planning, we had decided to put all the school zone speeds on the same time schedule, regardless of what schools were affected in that particular area. What I have found repeatedly is that by doing so, the school speed zone that is on 116th going up the hill towards the freeway is now causing a backup all the way down Juanita Drive, past where, like way past down Juanita Drive, because you have to go. First of all, it take 10, 15 minutes to get onto Juanita Drive from your street. Then you're passing the crosswalk at the beach. Then you have that light right there, which is hard to see because you haven't trimmed back the trees yet. Then at that point in time, there's no school volunteers helping kids cross the street. There are no signs of any students. All the buses have already gone, but we still have to go 20 miles an hour up that long stretch to the Subaru dealership before we can get on the freeway. The backup is insane. And I don't know if any of you thought that through when you decided to make it easy and universal just to have the school zones going from whatever the earliest is to whatever the latest is. It's causing major traffic issues. And then the third thing about affordable housing. I know our senior population is growing at a rapid rate.
I'm sorry.
I see it.
Yeah.
I want affordable housing for everybody. I am hearing way too much focus on senior housing.
Thank you. All right, next we have Alex Fratelli. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. This is my first time. I'm nervous.
Don't be nervous.
Thank you. So I visited my family in Europe this summer, and something that really took me by surprise that I really loved was how from my uncle's house, from my grandma's house, totally opposite sides of the city, there were grocery stores, cafes, and restaurants within walking distance. There were parks within walking distance. And I came back to Kirkland, which I love dearly, and I was immediately so disappointed. I live in South Rose Hills, right by Bridle Trails, and there is no grocery store within walking distance, and there's no cafe, and there's no restaurant, and I felt so sad to have to drive everywhere all the time. It's so isolating. And then as I was reading online, I was thinking, could I do something? I've never gotten involved in anything political before. And I came across the 2044 Comprehensive Plan. And I was so excited. I thought the idea of a 10-minute city is so awesome. And I found a heat map of the walkability of all the neighborhoods of Kirkland. And South Rose Hill and Bridle Trails, we have our namesake park. We have another park. We have lots of lovely parks. I love that. But there's no, like I mentioned, no groceries, cafe, restaurant. And then I thought that, I don't know how to pronounce it, the Houghton, thank you. I'm new. Park and Ride just near my house. It was shut down because not enough people were using it. And right now it's been turned into a park and play. A lot of people use that every single day. I walk by there every single day. There's people playing on the pickleball courts, there's community gardens, and there's lots of kids playing on the skate park. But now I heard that there's a new plan to turn it into Iceplex for the Kraken. And I just feel this would be such a disappointing use of this space. I polled on Nextdoor, which I know is kind of biased, but I polled all of Kirkland on Nextdoor. I only got maybe 60 responses, but most of them were not in favor of the Iceplex. I really would ask that if we're going to do something with Kirkland's money, maybe we should think about what would really bring the most benefit to the city, to the residents nearby, instead of just, I don't know, satisfying a very, very small population who maybe is into ice sports. I think we need more gathering places, and I think that this could be a really unique opportunity to improve the walkability of this neighborhood. So I really hope you would consider that alternate use. Thank you.
Thank you. Jill Stoddard.
And Jill Stoddard is actually online as well.
Oh.
So our last four speakers are all digital.
Okay, so that's all we have in person. All right, so 10-minute break? Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 8:32. We're going to reboot the system. Everybody cross your fingers. Welcome back from our short technical break. We are going to go ahead and do items from the audience. Then we're going to do public hearing, and you're going to see IT running back and forth. Pay no attention to the men behind the curtain. All right, so we are going to, let's go to our virtual audience.
Yeah, our first three virtual speakers are Jack McCullough, Joe Kunzler, and David Haynes.
Jack McCullough, let's try this again. And thank you for your patience.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Welcome.
Oh, excellent. Thank you very much. I'm dealing with the bomb cyclone here too, so maybe the issue's on my end, yours. I'm Jack McCullough. My address is 701 Fifth Avenue, Suite 6600, Seattle, Washington, 98104. I'm here tonight on behalf of Tom Schaefer. Some of you may know Tom. He's a longtime property owner in Kirkland, and he was unable to be here tonight, so he asked me to say a few words. About 2 years ago, I guess next month, we filed a citizen comprehensive plan amendment for the Parmac area and the Totem Lake Business District. It's a small area located kind of between a residential neighborhood and the CKC and the freeway. And the idea was to expand the residential incentive area to include that commercial zone that really has not in 3 decades succeeded as a commercial area. We've worked for the past 2 years with the city staff productively, with the Planning Commission. There are recommendations from the Planning Commission in front of you that would expand the residential incentive area, that would provide kind of the first steps to open this area, this small area, up for additional residential development in the city. We note that there is a more recent suggestion that a sub-area plan be undertaken in the Totem Lake Business District. And obviously, you know, planning is a good thing. So we have no objection to undertaking the plan, but we would be disappointed if the result of undertaking the planning, the sub-area planning effort would be to delay or defer the adoption of the amendments that were recommended by the Planning Commission. We've been working hard on this for 2 years. We have an opportunity to introducing.
Oh dear.
Well,
go ahead.
Up to 100 affordable housing units. And so I think my only suggestion on behalf of Tom is that you proceed forward if you want with the sub-area plan, but please also consider adopting the recommendations that were approved by or recommended by the Planning Commission to expand the residential incentive area in the Parmac zone. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, City Clerk, who is the next guest?
Joe Kunzler.
All right. You're doing awesome.
Couldn't agree more. Quirk's doing a great job tonight, considering how hard all this is. Sometimes having a hybrid meeting. In fact, when the 1329 was proposed in the beginning about requiring virtual access, I forget exactly where, but one city clerk said, "You think running a real meeting is hard? Just wait till a hybrid meeting." And here we are. So. I wanted to bring to your awareness, considering you've had some problems with a certain individual that I'm very familiar with who's driving on a suspended license, and Alex Zimmerman, that the Association of Washington Cities, sorry, still battling a bit of a cold, but the Association of Washington Cities is a secondary legislative priority to explore fixing the Open Public Meetings Act to deal with Mr. Zimmerman and the City Council Death Squad that this mayor dealt with so well earlier this year, and the kind of hate bomb attacks that we keep seeing. Sorry, I'm going to have to stop at times because you have a bug in the throat, but and this is a stressful subject, but I really would encourage you to endorse that as part of your legislative agenda. I also think that it's one thing to say you're against bullying and let Mr. Zimmerman call you the things he calls you. I don't care for repeating them because then it gives them legitimacy. Some of that is Nazi rhetoric from the 1930s and 1940s, including, and I just think that it's better just to interrupt Zimmerman and just say, that's unacceptable, that's bullying, we don't accept that kind of thing. You know, because statements after the fact, it's obviously not sinking in with him. The only thing that works with him is a ban. And that's what's worked at Puget Sound Regional Council, Sound Transit, you know, and a few other places. I would also encourage you to look at the policies of the King County Council currently, where it's a what I call a two-step rule. That may have to be an option here, but again, I really encourage you to take a look at Washington Association of Washington Cities and their secondary priority, and you know, really endorse that. Really make clear that, you know, nobody wants litigation, nobody wants to violate someone's civil rights, but we can't continue to have this. We just cannot. I notice my time's running out, so with that, I hope this information was of some service to you, and I appreciate your public service. I just ask you to stand up to absolute hate that Alex Zimmerman doles out as he drives around with a suspended license.
Mr. Kunzler, your time's up.
Okay, thank you.
A minute. Mr. Zimmerman, Mr. Zimmerman, I ask you to stop. Mr. Zimmerman, you're being disruptive. So I'm going to respond to Mr. Kunzler's comments just to for our audience, both virtual and live. I've clearly stated that free speech is important to the City Council. Mr. Zimmerman does not violate our council policies and procedures despite providing comments that are hurtful and divisive. No other cities have excluded Mr. Zimmerman based on the content of his speech. Some agencies have restricted public comments for only items that are on the agenda or that are city business. Kirkland has chosen not to change our policies to make them more restrictive because the Kirkland City Council strongly believes that the council and our community benefits from being able to bring a range of comments and ideas to council during items from the audience. The council recently discussed our policies and affirmed that we do not want to restrict the community's input based on unpleasant comments from a few. So we've made a decision that when you come speak to council, you can speak on any topic. So thank you, everyone. I am going to go next to
Mr. David Haynes.
Mr. Haynes. Thank you. David Haynes? There he is. David Haynes, you're muted.
Hey, David Haynes, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
All right, thank you for your patience. They should have a warning label when you look at living at Kirkland that says, beware, pedestrian unsafe, making residential livability unfriendly to walk, creating a negative walking score due to likelihood you will be hit by a car. Now, what if we had a Kirkland vision statement for 2044 that read something like, independent city with 21st century first world quality housing for multitudes of younger generations with robust floor plans that go higher than 6 levels for a lake view and livable space that provides enjoyable amenities within the building, as well as Mother Nature without being overwhelmed by the car-centric road rage every block bothering neighbors. You know, that's the kind of like improvement that I don't think we're getting from the Planning Commission, who seems to be a little lost in their guidance, that you need to realize if you want intense housing to qualify for all of the virtue signaling, affordable housing and offset of the supply and demand squeeze and all that, places like Juanita Beach are a perfect example of why you need to go higher than 6 stories. But yet, why you need to revisit your understanding of how you design and build apartment buildings and multi-use real estate, because you have a huge negative impact on the residential zone living space that makes it somewhat unlivable, because you have a commercial zone that is inconsiderate and disrespectful, that noise pollutes a warehouse echo all throughout residential areas of Juanita Village, like deliveries and trash trucks that come in at like early and every day of the week, because you have a commercial zone pickup, then you have a residential zone pickup, and then you have a recycling zone pickup that comes at like 7:59 p.m. And I just wish that like the land use had a more robust embrace of the 21st century instead of being stuck in the 20th century small town, kind of like watered down, quaint, rundown buildings that have, and believe me when I tell you this, every piece of real estate that had to be shut down during the pandemic, it was because there is a legitimate concern about the ill-suited, flawed, obsolete design of real estate floor plans that cause a spit spray concern and a disrespectful, like walking past somebody with hair follicles falling on your food or just interacting without a robust floor plan that always seems to cheat a multitude of younger generations that are being forced to accept double, triple, quadruple remortgages on inflated, dilapidated housing.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
All right, thank you.
All right, last virtual speaker.
The last virtual speaker is Jill Stoddard.
Hey.
Right. Can you hear me then?
We can, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not on video. I have a bloody nose right now. So um, I'd like to talk about 2 different issues regarding our comprehensive plan. First is regarding the new land use designations for residential mixed use. In my opinion, the city has failed to make a compelling case for why Kirkland needs to treat residential land use designations differently than our neighboring cities have. At the same time, they have failed to share the risks in this approach, as there's potential legislation in the future that could mandate unintended changes due to using a residential mixed use designation. I asked in our land use designations that we restore residential use over instead of the the residential mixed use. We need to maintain certain areas of our city as designated primarily for residential uses. This does not mean that there cannot be small-scale businesses such as corner stores, daycare, or home-based businesses in these areas. It just keeps clear that these are primarily residential areas. The current usage does not say that, and if we need this to protect against potential future state requirements that could significantly change the character of these current residential areas of our city. Stepping back onto my second point, I would like to also ask that the council consider why 4,136 people had to sign a petition to be heard in this comprehensive plan process. I can point to at least 2 root causes that I have seen. First, the Planning Commission, by apparent design of the City Council, lacks diversity of opinion. The Planning Commission, City Council, and City Manager have demonstrated that they have endorsed the opinions of Living Kirkland and has used city resources to support them. They have labeled people who want to live in middle-density neighborhoods as NIMBY, MAGA, anti-change, and tonight even hinted at being racist. Second root cause that I see is the methodology used to solicit public input. It does not do anything but prop up existing opinions. So let's take, for example, the recent budget input survey. It asked people what they care about. It didn't ask them to prioritize. It asked them to care about. And so what they care about. And so when you give somebody a choice to choose an unlimited amount of candy from the candy store without any budget or allowance, you don't get a clear signal of what they value most.
I'm sorry,
and what
your
they would
time is
trade
up.
off. Thank you. And I hope that you look at new ways of hearing from your community because you're not getting
Thank
the data
you.
you need.
Do we have anybody else in?
We have one more speaker signed up for in-person comment on site under the name Zoe or Zoe.
Zoe?
I didn't plan to speak, but I think it might be important. And I'm nervous. So I live up on bridle trails, and some of the things that I find are like when you go to ride your bike up there, the street, there is so much glass and debris in all the bushes, on the road, in the bike lanes. It's crazy. I've gotten it caught in my chain on my bike, on my ankles. I mean, it just seems ridiculous. I also don't really understand, like, how all these houses are being people are waiting to sell their $900,000 shack, and then you subplot, and then you put these $2 to $4 million houses overstuffed into that lot, and there's no real traffic. I mean, they're residential streets, they're very small. So and most of that goes into play with the proposed land action signs long before, I mean, they're basically passed through before the signs go up. I don't really understand the colossal mess of 85th. I'd be really, I mean, there's no, are they going to put any trees back in there? It's horrid. It's a mess, and it's giant. And I just wonder if anybody is really going to get out of their car and use it. It seems very strange to me. They've taken out the trees all at the corner of by Sotheby's, and why we have Sotheby's, upping the price of land everywhere is a joke. And then all along the boulevards, all the trees are pulled out. I mean, we should be a steward to the earth and for our kids. And there's just so many things, but mostly, well, up on bridle trails, it's the ROI, it's this horrible spot with the grocery outlet. You cannot get good food or water. The Safeway is terrible. But then they put this giant mixed-use thing. They've gutted the whole thing for retail, and yet we don't have any kind of farmer's market. We don't have an animal adoption center, a community center, a permaculture education center could have all be utilized on that, and then hold accountable the people at Bridle Trails that are getting $50,000 for the grocery outlet that nobody uses. I mean, it's really strange. And the garbage on the freeways is unreal. And the traffic management people, I mean, they must be charging an arm and a leg back to the city, but there are orange metal signs everywhere. They need to come and clean up all the cones and all the signs that are tipped over. They're dangerous. So that was my other thing. And then lastly, which is a controversial subject, but it is blatant now, we have a chemtrail problem, a big one. And they aren't contrails. Last Wednesday and Thursday when it was sunny out, I counted 58 of them. And they're big, white, giant, and they're 3,000 chemicals being dropped on us by the hour. It creates the metal chrome dome we have.
I'm sorry,
And
your
Vermont
time is
and
up.
Tennessee have also, those citizens have passed a law against it. So I invite any of you to stand up
sorry.
for our health
Your
about
time is up.
chemtrails. That's fine, but it's time. Go outside. Who's going to go outside?
All right, we are.
Aerosol in the air. It's going to kill all of us.
Okay, anybody else for items from the audience?
I
Okay.
would have a motion.
We're now going to move on to our public hearing. We're going to move to our public hearing to receive public comments on the 2025-2026 budget. I want to note that our audience that we are allowing digital presentations on a pilot basis for public hearing. I'm now going to open the public hearing. City Manager.
Okay, just checking our staff was here. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is our third and final public hearing on the budget. We want to give a brief presentation, and then we're looking for feedback from any members of the public or the council before we'll take this up as a business item later today, and then final action on December 10th. So here to give you that presentation is Kevin Pelstring, our interim financial planning manager.
Hi, Kevin.
Hello, Madam Mayor, City Council. Thank you, City Manager. Appreciate your time tonight and a very busy agenda. You've heard a lot about the budget so far. As City Manager mentioned, we had our study session. We've had a couple study sessions. We have a business item tonight, and we've had a few public hearings. So I'll keep it brief. I just have 3 quick slides, and we can get to hearing from the community. But just as a reminder, the city budget was made available on October 18th. It's now on our website, includes the preliminary budget document, service packages, and issue papers, all at that link there. We had a 5-hour study session, which was quite informative. And we've had a study session on November 6th, as well as public hearings on November 6th, and I believe September 17th as well. So we've had a number of public hearings and city council study sessions and different opportunities to review. So just as a really high-level summary, our current 25-26 biennial budget is $1.077 billion. It's, again, the second time that we've had a 2-year budget over $1 billion. And again, this includes a number of inter-fund transfers, so transfers that are receipted in one and then transferred to another, so it grosses up that total number. So the total new, and excluding reserves and things, the total new revenue over that 2 years is closer to about $611 million. So still a pretty penny. And you can see the breakdown here. 30% in the general fund. We have another quarter or so is our utilities. Our non-operating is about another quarter, and our internal service funds and other general government operating funds make up the last quarter. So going forward tonight, we have the public hearing on the budget. We have a business item later to finalize council deliberations on a few other remaining amendments, and then the preliminary 25 property tax levy ordinance. On December 10th, the main event, we are approving we'll be bringing back the final budget adjustments for the current budget, the 23-24, adopting resolution for adopting the 25-30 CIP, as well as the 25 final property tax levy pending that available data from King County, and adoption of the 25-26 budget and related ordinances and resolutions. And then early next year, we'll be bringing back the 25-2030 transportation improvement program for adoption. That's all the content I have. I will give it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Council, any questions for staff before we move to the public hearing? All right. Thank you. I will now call upon any members of the public who have signed up to address council. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes total. City Clerk.
The first 3 speakers are Brady Nordstrom, Debbie Lacey, and Ron Snell. Brady Nordstrom is virtual.
Thank you.
Hey there, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Great. Hi, my name is Brady Nordstrom, and I work at Housing Development Consortium. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the East Side Affordable Housing Coalition. We're a group of over 30 East Side focused organizations that produce and operate affordable housing and provide services to residents in Kirkland. So I'd first like to express appreciation for your funding priorities in the 25-26 biennial budgets, especially as those relate to affordable housing and human services. So A significant portion of Kirkland's population already struggles with housing costs. I know you all know this, but I think it's just good to reflect on this, that in Kirkland's own 2044 housing inventory analysis, 23% of Kirkland homeowners and 38% of renters are cost burdened, and which means paying more than 30% of their income towards housing costs. So specifically in the budget, we wanted to thank you for increasing the net ARCH contributions through both general fund and some grants. Since 1992, ARCH has made significant strides in the regional approach to affordable housing, and ARCH holds deep expertise in funding, and this adds a lot of value to Kirkland. So thank you for supporting this legacy of success. Also, thank you for the other investments in affordable housing and human needs, such as some of the capital dollars that are going to supportive housing and ongoing programs for community need, mental health, and culturally significant specific programs. So even with all of these commitments, we challenge the city of Kirkland to not just continue these investments, but to find ways to expand them wherever possible. I mean, just like according to the King County planning policies, Kirkland's going to need to add around 400 homes per year that make 80% AMI or less, which in King County is about $78,000 for an individual or $111,000 for a family of four. So this isn't what most people immediately think of when they think affordable housing, but Kirkland is strongest when it has affordable homes for everyone who works and contributes. So just a quick illustration of the need, and then I'll finish up. So the 25-26 allocation to ARCH is around $1.25 million. And for context, a recent Imagine Housing project needed about $30,000 per unit of local funding, in addition to the other grants and loans and financing. So if you just do back of the napkin on this, $30,000 per unit would directly support around 41 affordable homes. So yeah, this point is simplified and it ignores other strategies that Kirkland is pursuing, but it just is a reminder of the scale of need. So to conclude, we believe that the 25-26 budget elevates Kirkland's strong values for affordable housing and community care. So thank you for your ongoing prioritization of these, and I hope you have a good evening.
Thank you. Stay safe.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Debbie Lacey, who...
Also virtual.
Okay.
Okay, good evening. I'm going to try this without my camera on just because of the diciness of the evening. Can you all hear me all right?
We can. Go ahead. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Curtis. Hello also to Deputy Mayor Arnold and all members of council. I am Debbie Lacey. I'm speaking as a Kirkland homeowner and resident and the founder of Eastside for All, a local nonprofit that supports housing justice and other priorities as part of our Build for Belonging work. We're also part of the Eastside Housing Equity Coalition. So I just wanted to share also my gratitude and support for the investments in affordable housing in the next biennium's budget, which provide a foundation for the plans outlined in the housing element of the comp plan. Its vision and policies are responsive to the need to reduce displacement, providing investments and pathways for more affordable and diverse housing options for people of all income levels, ages, and abilities, as well as walkable neighborhood hubs. Thank you for the continued support for ARCH and other investments that Mr. Nordstrom just mentioned. And we would echo from our coalition's perspective the need for ongoing attention to bold, innovative ways of increasing the funding during these times for housing. The other item I would like to turn my attention to on the budget is human services. As someone who's spent over 25 years working in local nonprofits, we're experiencing extraordinary gaps in the need versus the resources and funding, which I know you're familiar with. For the first time in over 12 years, maybe ever, I don't know how far back that data goes, but the city funded less than 50% of the requests for funding that came in, which totaled over $10.7 million. This despite the fact that Kirkland has made increases in its base funding for human services. Unfortunately, the increases are insufficient. The city's human services issue paper does an excellent job of outlining the trends and needs. I understand there's a request for a one-time additional funding amount for the human services budget. I hope that will be fully supported and also encourage the council to plan for an increase to the base funding to a level on par with other cities. in the region and on par with Kirkland's population needs and growth. I commend the Human Services Commissioners and staff who were faced with extraordinarily difficult decisions on what to prioritize among multiple urgent needs that are not going away anytime soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, next we have Ron Snell, which. Welcome.
Thank you. Members of the council, staff, I'm Ron Snell, and I'll be speaking tonight on behalf of People for Climate Action Kirkland. First, I want to thank all of the members of the council and the city manager for taking time to speak with us regarding our proposals to accelerate climate action and to improve community resilience. We are pleased that the city has supported the Energy Smart Eastside program and its success in promoting heat pump installation for homeowners. We hope the council will continue to support this successful program, and we'd like it to add a weatherization component, which will further reduce carbon pollution while also reducing heating and cooling costs for single-family residents. We would like to see a similar program of weatherization and heat pumps for multifamily housing. Not only will this program further reduce community greenhouse gas emissions, but it will provide renters with the same amenities of comfort and safety from heat and smoke that homeowners enjoy. It is especially timely to focus on multifamily housing since King County has received a $50 million building decarbonization grant, of which $18 million is targeted to multifamily housing. The county is currently hiring staff to work with other agencies, including cities, to implement decarbonization strategies and to develop clean energy finance programs for multifamily housing. Cities with staff allocated to work on multifamily housing will be best positioned to take advantage of these funds. In addition to buildings, fossil fuel transportation is another top contributor of greenhouse gas emissions. We are proposing that the city start a program to install EV charging in multifamily housing as a way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from personal vehicles. Renters deserve to have the same access to the benefits of driving EVs as homeowners. Unfortunately, being unable to charge at home is the single largest barrier to purchasing an EV today. However, PSE is now offering a program to install a limited number of EV chargers to multifamily buildings, and the city should take advantage of this program to begin introducing EV charging into our apartment buildings. In order to develop and implement these programs in building transportation, we believe additional staff is needed. It is our understanding in discussions with the city manager that he has found a vacant position which he believes can be repurposed for these programs, for these two programs. We hope the City Council agrees and will allocate this position to implementing decarbonization and EV charging in multifamily housing. This funding will allow the city to work on these two important programs for our renters. In summary, we hope the City Council will continue to support the Energy Smart Eastside program and expand it to include weatherization. And we hope the Council will support our two new proposed programs for renters.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, City Clerk.
The last two speakers are Dave Cunningham and Alex Zimmerman.
Thank you. Mr. Cunningham.
My name is Dave Cunningham, Madam Chair of the Council, members of the Council. I'm speaking on behalf of the People for Climate Action in Kirkland. And the topic of climate action and change is the subject of the United Nations conference today in Azerbaijan. And the U.S. federal government under the new administration is expected to withdraw its support from the UN fight against climate change across the world. This UN conference on climate highlights the issue we face that is both global and local. The expected U.S. withdrawal from this global fight only makes it harder for cities like Kirkland to act. And in Kirkland, we need to act on two main points, I think as Ron also already referenced. That is the decarbonization of our buildings through installing heat pumps and the electrification of our vehicles. These are the two primary priorities in terms of combating climate change. And as you know, about 62% of our homes in Kirkland are owner-occupied. That's 23,320 homes. 38% of our homes are rented, and that's just over 14,000 homes. And the people in rented property need the help of this council to make sure that heat pumps are installed in these multi-family homes. And the people in rented property also need help installing charging resources for the electric vehicles. So we're calling on the city during their budget discussions to work with property developers to build heat pump technology into new properties and to also develop charging stations for the renters of these vehicles. And the resources, just as you know, the resources are available to the city to do this work from the Puget Sound Energy, the King County, and the state and federal resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Zimmerman.
Yeah. The Heil, my dirty damn Nazi fascist junta. Yeah. Cockroaches from Puerto Rico, garbage. I come to this meeting in this city for probably 20 years, almost in every meeting. And I look and happen, what people talking about this? And what is I find? People who talking this is all freaking idiot.
Point of order, these comments
we
are not
can fix
related
it
to the
easy, without question.
public hearing.
Everything we can fix it easy, without question. We doing this? No. Probably Trump.
Mr. Zimmerman, you need to speak to the budget, please.
I will speak about budget, absolutely. Yeah, I will start now. Okay, no problem. About housing. I expert in housing because first I bring two huge class action, behalf of 1,000 and 1,000 people, and I win. Second, because I have experience with government housing and private
Mr.
housing.
Zimmerman, I ask you to speak to the Kirkland 2025-26 budget.
Exactly. This is exactly what is I want to speak while you interrupt me. So budget what is you have right now, don't change nothing, not for about housing, because it's in budget. Yeah, nothing about low income, nothing about senior citizen. And I have my plan, what is, you can find this in my internet, alexforamerica.com, probably for 10 or 15 years. It's very simple, fix it everything. You want, you don't. It's a problem. So I give you example how we can start with something. A big complexes always have 5% empty apartment. So 5% businesses lose money every year. In Seattle, for example, Seattle Times print last year, so 25,000 apartment empty every year. Yeah. So my proposition very simple. You know what? Right now, many senior citizens, my generation.
Mr. Zimmerman, you are not speaking to our budget.
It's a housing and budget. Housing and budget.
Can you be more specific?
I'm more specific. Stop interrupt me.
I have a motion that the gentleman's time be terminated.
I speak about budget. Budget include housing. My proposition very simple. Every big complexes supposed to be give 5% to senior citizen, so they will stay in and pay 30%. This very simple, and you never doing this and never will doing this. It's simple. You know what it means? Why you don't doing this? Because you don't want. No, this problem, not another problem. You crook by definition, you support only corporation. But out stop and support corporation, everything can be changed. This is exactly what is Trump talking about. Thank you very much. You are a real freaking cretina.
All right, we are going to move on. Is there anyone else? So we have, where am I? Okay, public hearing portion of the hearing is closed. The council will consider all public comments received on this issue, including those submitted in writing. We are moving on to special presentations.
We do not have any special presentation. Excuse me.
Yeah, we're all thrilled. For some reason, I was thinking we had employee awards, but obviously there's no employees here. Okay, we are now moving to the consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold to present the audit of accounts and to highlight the proclamation we have in the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $4,955,617.15 and bills in the amount of $7,254,057.52. Tonight, the mayor, on behalf of the council, proclaims November 29th as Native American Heritage Day in Kirkland. This day is a celebration of Native American people's incredible language, incredible heritage, culture, and contributions to the United States. This day is also an invitation to remember the truth of American history, to acknowledge the hurt and pain that Native American people endured in the past, and to recognize that the impacts of the past are still felt today.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
I heard, is that Councilmember Tim Chisholm? Yes, okay. I heard Councilmember Sweet, second by
Oh, did I
Councilmember
step on her?
Tim Chisholm. Are there any questions, comments, or corrections to the consent calendar? Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have one question of clarification on item 8H5 on the consent calendar. It's regarding the 10-year covenant on the Kirkland Performance Center property. It's resolution R5658. The whereas clauses detail the purpose of the covenant, but the actual action clause authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute the covenant does not actually specify the purpose of the covenant. I just wanted to clarify with the city manager and city attorney that the covenant they will negotiate will be limited to ensuring a gathering space for arts, culture, and civic experiences as described elsewhere in the resolution.
City attorney or city manager?
Both, yes, thank you for the clarification. Yes, that is the covenant that we will negotiate is one to do that. That's outlined in the whereases, so.
Okay, with that understanding, I'm good to go.
All right. The question is on the motion to approve the consent calendar. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Consent calendar is approved 7-0. We are now moving to our business agenda. I'm going to do the few people that are left in the audience a favor so that you can go home. If there is no objection, I'd like to move to item 9E to allow our members of the audience to go home. And my suggestion is that we discuss the amendments, but we do not vote on them this evening. City Manager?
Double checking, everyone's,
Oh,
okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So what we're going to do is have Allison Zeich, our Deputy Director of Planning and Building, come up, and we're going to start the presentation where we left off the study session, cover each of the council members' suggested amendments. Staff will show them up on the screen, and then we'll ask the council members' response to them to describe the intent and purpose of the amendment, and we'll have discussion, and then council agrees. At the end of all that, we will then move to the study session of December 10th to finish with action on December 10th at the final council meeting under business. So,
Counselor, are you all right with that?
Are we going to be able to use this screen?
Tristan, can we use that screen? And I just want to acknowledge how hard Tristan and Quinn are working tonight. This has been a very unusual
Yes.
And this is Quinn's first time in first chair, so.
Tristan's working much harder. He doesn't have a chair. He's got to run around, so.
Councilor Black?
Yeah, just, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a point of clarification about our process. So we're going to talk about the amendments, but we are not going to be voting on them. We're just going to take voting. So we're going to give staff direction, but otherwise take up voting at the December 10th meeting.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
I think we're ready.
All right. Thank you for having us back, Council. So just to continue on, it wasn't that long ago. So we walked through staff-initiated amendments. Now we have all of the council member amendments that we've received. We have them in, we have the biggest, maybe the most discussion-laden one first, and that's related to Totem Lake Business District 1. And then after that, we'll walk through it by element. And so we'll ask council members to introduce their amendments, but maybe reserving the right to editorialize a little bit to explain certain things from staff side of things. So to start out, we had a proposed amendment from Councilmember Pascal in the Totem Lake Business District Plan.
So, Councilmember Pascal, do you want to speak to your amendment?
Be happy to. Does that monitor change at all with the slides?
Tristan.
So I'll begin. So through the planning process, both talking with the public and also with planning commission members and staff, heard comments around just general concerns of continued ad hoc development in the Parmac area, which in this case we're calling the Southern Industrial Area, and recognizing that it would be a good time to look at the vision for that particular area of the city, because it's somewhat difficult to access. It doesn't necessarily have the same parks and amenities that other areas have of the city. There's no transit service to that area. And, you know, it's industrial with services that support our community, mixed with commercial and now with higher density residential. So really, what is our vision for that area, particularly as it begins to transition? How do we do that gracefully? How do we do it thoughtfully, rather than just have it kind of be done in a piecemeal fashion? So I worked with staff on this first part of the first part of the policy, and staff essentially, I did not write all the narrative text. I'll just tell you that. That was all of staff writing all of that, which they did a very good job at really kind of capturing, I think, the essence of what this was all about.
Thank you. Any comments, questions on 3.31? No. 33.1. Councilmember Black.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was waiting for the staff to editorialize. I thought Allison was
I
gonna...
do have
I
have a little bit if it's helpful. Yes. And so we do have the rest of the narrative text, which, as Councilmember Pascal noted, is robust. I also wanted to take just a moment and help council understand how this is related to the Parmac Community Initiated Amendment Request, or CAR. And so this is related to that CAR. It responds to the CAR in a slightly different way than the Planning Commission has recommended. And so right now, option 1 up here is really Planning Commission's recommendation. So they had some amended language in a different policy in the Totem Lake Business District Plan that just tells us kind of how we should think about transitioning heights if we look at additional housing in this area. The Planning Commission also recommended expanding an existing housing incentive area in this zone. And so that is a map that lives in the comprehensive plan in the Totem Lake Business District Plan. By virtue of approving that, if you did choose to approve it, expanding the housing incentive area, it would allow housing on a couple parcels where it is not allowed currently. It wouldn't increase the allowed massing of that. So currently on these parcels in question, you can build an office building up to 60 feet tall. Expanding the housing incentive area would automatically allow housing at that same height and scale. And so that's what would happen with the Planning Commission recommendation. This new policy for a sub-area plan could go a couple different ways. If you adopted it, you could also adopt Planning Commission's recommendation. So that would be option 2A. You could retain that housing incentive area expansion. It would automatically allow housing on a couple parcels where it's not allowed currently, not to the full extent that's been requested in the CAR, but partially. The other option for council, which might make a little bit more sense and I think align a little bit more with the intended approach of Councilmember Pascal, is to adopt this new policy for a sub-area plan, but to decline to expand the housing incentive area until after that sub-area plan has been completed. And I know that's all a little confusing. I think the main point we want to make is we'll want to be very clear in the direction we get from council when you do vote on if you adopt this new policy from Councilmember Pascal, if you are also adopting the Planning Commission recommendation or removing their proposed changes in the business district plan. Sorry, that was messy.
I think Councilmember Black was first.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Although now I kind of want to buy time
Okay.
to process what I just heard by asking Councilmember Pascal if he has a position on 2A versus 2B. And maybe you're just hearing about this for the first time too, so I don't want to put you on the spot.
I've heard about this.
Okay. I feel like I need a little bit more time to think about 2A versus 2B. I was actually going to ask a fairly straightforward question, which for purposes for comp plan purposes, Allison, is the southern industrial area, we're using that term now in all caps, is that well defined? Do we have that defined?
Yes, that is defined on an existing map in the Totem Lake Business District.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I'll reserve other questions if after I hear some of my maybe colleagues' thoughts on this.
Further geographic clarification. Does this include or go up to the big apartment buildings that they just built on the top of?
Yes, so those are, yeah, those are in this area, so
And
it is adjacent.
Are they built at that 60-foot level? Or within it?
They're close to that, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Councilmember Tenches?
I'm generally supportive of these amendments. I do need a little more time on this because it looks like there's been some changes since I last reviewed it. But these are thoughtful amendments that really, I think, will enhance this area. Thank you.
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess, want to maybe request clarification or at least express kind of where I'm thinking on, generally speaking, the amendments in what we're doing tonight with this too. I feel like not only are we not voting tonight, but I don't feel fully equipped to provide clear direction to staff on kind of where I am on some of these. In my mind, I think I know I do want a lot more time to process these really substantive. I mean, I'm a little bit disappointed that these very significant substantive amendments are coming at the 11th hour. And so because of that, I feel like I would still like an opportunity to provide that and just process that. So just want to give a heads up that that may be forthcoming as well, just some processing in between this and the next meeting and some questions related to that. But just to manage expectations, if I don't speak up in favor or against something tonight, it doesn't mean I don't or won't have an opinion on it. Just that I'm still processing to make sure that I really do my due diligence to fully understand these issues before weighing in. Some I may weigh in, but I just want to clarify that because I think that's really important and we might each be in different places on where that is. I feel like those who wrote amendments might have stronger opinions, obviously, on their amendments tonight. But these are pretty big ones. And I think that really is worth taking the time to be thoughtful. So anyway, just wanted to preface that by saying I have initial thoughts on this that I don't know that I'm ready to share yet, just because I want to think through it a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, Councilmember Black.
I've had a chance to process a little.
Okay.
Not the 2A, 2B. I'm going to have to spend more time on that one. I got to think about that and talk to, I would like to actually have some time to talk to staff and stuff. But I guess, you know what, overarching at this point, what I'm, prepared to say is like, I think the goals of this are admirable. I think this is what it makes sense for us to take a holistic approach to an area like this, given its conditions and given its constraints. I do feel like we're pulling into the plan, just the fact that we're even now talking about this 2A, 2B plan, we're actually kind of making the kind of land use decisions that would normally be reserved for the actual implementation project that we would do in the future when we were actually looking to actually create law and zone this area. So we're kind of pulling in that detail, and it's a little, I think, again, just the fact that we're having this conversation about the 2A, 2B sort of calls that into stark attention to that we're doing a level of planning that we wouldn't normally do in our document. But overall, I think given that this is likely pretty much what we would do in the instance, it's something I'm inclined to support.
Thank you. Oh, Councilmember Pascal?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment about just some overarching things around just thoughts here on amendments. I just want to remind the public that the City Council received the comp plan recommendations on October 15th from the Planning Commission. We haven't had an opportunity until today to actually talk through their recommendations. So I keep hearing some comments around 11th hour. No one likes to make decisions this late in the process, but that's kind of where we're at. And that's the time frame that we're under. And this is actually kind of a common way of doing business, is when the Planning Commission makes a recommendation, then it's up to the council then to suggest any edits or changes. And that's common practice. So I don't want people to get the impression that we're doing something very different. And we're talking about policy changes, and that's exactly within our purview, and that's where we're at in the process. So I want to make sure that we're all on the same page on that. We can disagree on the policies, but this is the process that is before us.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. And just to weigh in on where I am and what I'm going to need in December, I do lean towards supporting a sub-area plan. And looking at 2A versus 2B, I'm going to need more information on that, especially in how it corresponds to another potential amendment that Councilmember Pascal has got in the economic development chapter around preserving commercial and industrial capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison, can you go back a slide? To your option slide. Sorry. Go forward. There you go. So my question, I appreciate Councilmember Black's comment, and that this is a granular level of detail that we haven't done in the comp plan. We've always said comp plan's policy, where it's not zoning, and they're getting a little into zoning here. That said, I'm fine with doing the sub area. But my question is, we had a speaker tonight that said we've been working on this car for 2 years. So if we were to defer the CAR to do the sub area plan, what timeline are we talking about in developing these sub-area plans?
Yeah, and if you'll allow me, I'd love to speak a little bit to why this feels a little bit like zoning, and that is only because of the map that holds housing incentive areas. So within the Totem Lake Business District, you have to be in a housing incentive area in order to have housing allowed, and those maps live in the comp plan. And so the thought behind Planning Commission proposing to expand that housing incentive area, which is part of their recommendation, was to enable a next step in approving and processing the Parmac CAR. And so it is a little bit specific. It's more specific than we get in other places in the comprehensive plan, but that is why we wanted to make sure to highlight that for you. It's to them, they were in favor of us continuing to study the CAR and a supportive policy language, which lives in another part of the Totem Lake Business District plan, and this map amendment to expand the housing incentive area were the next step to enable us to then go look at further zoning code amendments. So it is a little different than other areas, but just wanted to make that clear of that part isn't new. It's part of the Planning Commission recommendation. In terms of timing, either way, with any of the options on the monitor right now, we would be having this discussion with you when we talked about the planning work program. So we'd be bringing you a task to look at the Parmac CAR, specifically zoning code amendments, and asking you where you wanted us to place it on the work program. Where the options here might differ a little bit is in how much time we think it's going to take us to complete the scope of work that the policies end up directing for us. And so our plan, unless you say, nope, don't look at it anymore at all, our plan would be to bring you a corresponding potential work program task early next year and figure out where you want to place it.
But we're going to be making the decision to defer or partially approve before that work plan item comes before us.
The housing incentive area expansion, so if you do adopt Planning Commission's recommendation to make that map amendment, it does open up housing where it's not currently allowed. So that's what we're calling a partial approval. The property owner's request is for up to 150 feet in some areas of the site. And so it wouldn't be opening up that would take zoning code amendments, but the expansion of the housing incentive area does allow some housing where it's not currently allowed because of existing zoning on the books that refers to the housing incentive area. So that's why we called it partial approval. And the reason we say deferred is simply that the sub-area plan would take us, I think, considerably more time, and so want to be transparent with the applicant and the community that it might not happen super quickly, meaning like in the next couple of quarters.
Yeah, that was my point. Okay. Councilmember Black, you have more?
Yeah, I just want to give a little bit of flavor for the type of questions I think I'm going to have for staff. And it's really around this housing incentive element. And that is, I think what's going to be a touchstone for me is just the likelihood that if we approve it, so if we do 2A, the likelihood that it's actually going to lead to housing in the near term, and I know I'm going to be asking planning staff to forecast the decisions of private enterprise, but that's the kind of thing I think I need to think through and talk through with staff, because I think that'll end up being sort of a key consideration for me as to whether to go forward with the planning commissions. If it's not likely to get housing, then I support the idea of our the sub-area planning, I guess, to give some foreshadowing as to how I'm going to be thinking about it. Thanks.
Thanks. Anyone else? Councilmember Pascal?
Yeah, I've had time to kind of think through this a little bit on the options, and kind of my intention around this is we have an area that has started to redevelop, and we know that if we allow just housing, that the commercial and industrial area will slowly, likely just develop into residential. And so I'm not ready to make that decision because I still believe that there are potential commercial services and things like that that are important to our community that need to be somewhere. And then we've talked about livability, we've talked about transit access being a primary component to denser housing, yet this is not an area where you can walk to a bus. Or you can, but it's more than the typical distance that we use for that. So, I really feel like the sub-area plan is the plan to really kind of develop what that strategy is, because then that leads to implementation measures to make sure we have the type of development and the amenities and the infrastructure in place, not in place, but at least planned for, to support that, so it doesn't happen haphazardly. And this is kind of just a unique place. It's kind of cordoned off in a way, very unusual, I think, to other areas of the city in just terms of its access and somewhat isolation. So that's why the sub-area plan was something that I heard comments from the public, the planning commission members, and staff on this. And that's kind of where we landed.
Okay, thank you.
All right, moving on. So the next set of elements, now these will be organized by element. So the first one on the board, or the first several, are to the introduction element. Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'm doing my thing that Councilmember Sweet hates, which is wordsmithing. This is very simple. I believe we should promote fiscal sustainability, transparency, and accountability to everyone in our community. And in our language, we frequently use the community members, and so forth. So I just thought it was a good edit. I did recommend that we move it to general policies rather than housing, but I'm totally fine if council would like to keep it in housing. Comments? Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I like it, but I like it in housing.
That's fine. Okay. Let's go. Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, my screen didn't catch up. given our study session discussion, I'm going to withdraw this, and we'll keep this particular policy in housing. The change was only to move it to general. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison. Councilmember Tim Chisholm, GP5.
GP5 is support and promote the livability of existing neighborhoods. I support this new policy. We've had the same language, I think, in H 2.3 or similar language in H 2.3, and I support having a general policy about this.
Anyone else? Deputy Mayor?
As we are looking at the comp plan, a lot of these changes are really clarifications on our intention. I don't look at this as a policy change. This has always been something we're doing. I think that there's value in actually saying it.
Councilmember Sweet?
And I agree, even though that whole livability question is a black hole for me. I'd rather there be another word, but I agree with the Deputy Mayor in terms of the intention.
Councilmember Falcone?
Sorry.
Well, I think it's fitting that Councilmember Chisholm goes after me too, because I have a question of just clarifying, what does this mean? I'm not exactly sure. I think I understand the intent, but I feel like to some of my comments on a couple of the other policies that we discussed during our study session, this feels like a bunch of words that aren't really actionable or meaning anything, or I'm not exactly sure what it does. And what are existing neighborhoods? Are we going to be talking about adding new neighborhoods? And this is in juxtaposition to that? Like, I'm not quite sure. I have the same concern, Councilmember Sweeney, about livability and what that means. I know we talked about that earlier, but I'm just not clear on what this means or what the purpose is.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
There were several versions of this on the Planning Commission where they are trying to hammer out a policy that did give a nod to our neighborhoods and was supportive of our existing neighborhoods. The Planning Commission went through a couple of policies. One used the phrase established neighborhoods, and that was disfavored because of the point you brought up that if we created a new neighborhood, that may be exclusionary. This policy is 8 words. It uses the term existing, and if a new neighborhood was established, it would be an existing neighborhood. So I have tried to craft this policy from what the Planning Commission was trying to do in a manner that I think is as palatable as possible. Thank you.
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for that, Councilmember Tim Chisholm. When you say neighborhoods, are you defining them as the neighborhoods as currently exist under neighborhood associations, or is this separate from neighborhood associations? I just want to understand what we're talking about here, because neighborhoods can mean a lot of different things. I can think about like my neighborhood as the folks that go to our local elementary school, right, which is just a sub-portion of Finn Hill, right? I and others in the community view that as a neighborhood. Are you talking about the ones that have a capital letter and a neighborhood association tied to them? Or are you just talking about community and like the kind of the feel and sense and unique character of like different parts, geographical parts of our city?
Well, I believe our city is broken up into or defined as 13 or 14 neighborhoods, and the entire city, if you pick a dot, regardless of where it is in our city, it is within a neighborhood. This policy does not mention associations and is not intended to reference neighborhood associations.
Anyone else? I feel like this is covered. Oh, Councilmember Black, missed you.
Sorry, I feel like I cut you off.
That's all right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I'll share actually what my thought was coming into tonight's meeting. I'm thrown off now by the fact that Deputy Mayor, you are talking now about maybe not asking for your amendment for the general policy 3.3, because honestly, coming into tonight's meeting, I was like, all right, well, if we're going to do general policy 3.3, I felt like that kind of superseded the need for general policy 5. You withdrawn it, so now I don't know where I'm at, but that's honestly where I was at. I was just, I was more comfortable with a slightly more robust, cohesive statement that came with your proposed 3.3, which is than 5, only because I felt 1 was a better statement of what I think our goals are. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, you made life a little easier for me because I was going to say the same thing. Oh, gosh. Have you guys seen the comp plan printed?
Well,
So I'm struggling up here.
and may I? Or go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I felt like Deputy Mayor's 3.3 was better written because it was more it was just said more. I also feel like, and I was just looking for it, that 2.1, H 2.1, which I can't get my fingers on right now. So I feel like this policy is covered in other policies, and I'm a little uncomfortable as Councilmember Falcone when we say existing neighborhoods. It's neighborhoods. And even if we add a new neighborhood, we call the sub-area plan a new neighborhood, it's a neighborhood. I'm just not sure about the word existing. So I just don't think that this policy really adds a lot of value, is where I am. Anyone else? Okay, that's,
Well, if
go ahead.
if Deputy Mayor Arnold reintroduces 3.3, then I may change my opinion, but he's not at this point, and so maybe between now and December 10th, I'll talk with other members of council to see if there's a consolidated policy we can advance.
Okay. So we'll come back to this one on the 10th.
Sounds good. Our next grouping is several potential amendments to the introduction element by Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. So these amendments were amendments that address issues that, again, have come up and heard repeatedly from a number of public comments we've received through the course of the effort. The first one, it really addresses, I think, what I've heard staff actually say to response to comments from myself, questions from Councilmember Black over time about, is there going to be additional evaluation as the zoning codes come back to us? In some cases, that's going to be important because we're going to be dealing with, potential changes that could really redefine certain areas of the city. And my understanding from staff is that this type of analysis would be undertaken. So this policy essentially captures what our intention and what our practice is going to be. But more importantly, what it's trying to say is it's not just about identifying infrastructure impacts, it's about providing information so that we can weigh different options, different outcomes, so we can understand that we have information at our fingertips to make well-informed decisions that we can explain to the public as to why we chose that option as opposed to another option. It allows more transparency into how our decisions are made. It allows comments and issues and policies to be informed by data and analysis. It also highlights the fact that specific detailed zoning codes, which I've heard repeatedly from staff, are not already predetermined, that's a later phase, that this type of analysis will help us get to that stage. So that's what this policy attempts to highlight.
Thank you. Any comments? Councilor Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a couple questions about these these proposed amendments, do.
I haven't talked about the other two yet.
Yeah. Oh, just the
We're
first
just
one.
let's just do the
first one. Does that make any, sorry, I lost my train of thought by the interruption. Is there any difference to how we would actually, this would play out based on this language than if this language wasn't there, is my first question. Does this restrict us more, or does this encourage us to go further in any of these endeavors that are listed here?
No, we don't think so. As Councilmember Pascal said, this is largely just articulating the process we always follow with any zoning code amendment. We're scoping the appropriate amount of study, whether that requires any additional study. We do have to complete environmental review for any zoning code amendments or zoning map amendments. So this is largely articulating a process we already follow. Doesn't preclude how we scope those projects. It doesn't necessarily, the way it's drafted, it doesn't add additional process that we wouldn't, perhaps already undertake through that scoping process.
Thank you. And does documentation on this process exist anywhere else in city documentation that we could be more concise and point to? And as well, if any of those policies change, that it would behoove us more to have it point to it so that it maintains up to date or in the language? Or is it something that this is standalone and we're not able to reference anywhere else in any city documentation?
So there's some discussion of this already in the implementation section of the introduction chapter, not, I would say, as consolidated as the language is here. The environmental analysis is codified in existing municipal code and zoning code sections, and those sections include a lot more detail than is included here.
And those are cited elsewhere in the comp plan, the draft comp plan? Or would you recommend that we cite those here again, if in case anything changes, that it's automatically updated?
I would say it's a little cleaner to not add a citation to a specific zoning code section, just because it's one more thing we have to make sure keeps up to date in case we ever change the order of things. So those codified sections are in the zoning code. They're referenced in our process chapters of the zoning code. So we have chapters of the zoning code that reference a bunch of other sections of the zoning code that tell us how we have to undergo and what the criteria is for making any amendments to the zoning code or the zoning map.
Thank you.
So keeping it a little bit independent in terms of details in the comp plan has been helpful, but I don't think this superfluously adds detail.
Thank you. It just summarizes what's already existing elsewhere, perhaps just to highlight it more for the public.
I think that's accurate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we will move on to GP 4.5.
I'll cover both of these together. So these policies put into writing what I believe we strive to do as a city, but I didn't find anything in our comp plan that specifically talks about this in a policy language. Provides clarity around our intentions around outreach. These policies, I will admit, I did not write. I borrowed from Bellevue, recently adopted comp plan. And when I was comparing theirs, these stood out to me because these were things that I've also been hearing largely from the community. The first one specifically notes that opportunities for engagement by all community members should feel more like conversations, not one-sided speaking points. That we need to listen to one another and have opportunities for two-way meaningful dialogue through the process. And that's what we should strive to do. This isn't meant to say I'm not trying to say we haven't done this or, I'm just saying that that's what we strive to do. The second policy is really to emphasize that during community outreach, the conversation needs to be both at the neighborhood level and the citywide level. So when we're talking about things at the neighborhood level, we need to understand how they influence or impact things at a citywide level. When we talk about things at a citywide level, we need to understand how those impact or change things at a neighborhood level, that both those discussions are inform one another.
Thank you. Council. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you for introducing these, Councilmember Pascal. I agree with the nature of these. I think that it's good to just clarify and the community, we already do this, and we already have acknowledged that we want to always continue to do better in this work, so I think it's good to highlight that. I do think it might need some wordsmithing. Each of them, the enhance and expand venues for two-way communication with community members, I think is great. To listen to and respond to emerging opportunities and concerns. I think it doesn't need to be focused just on neighborhoods, but on the broader community. I think the second policy here really gets at that neighborhood thing. I do think, again, that one can maybe be wordsmithed and still have the same intent and be a little bit clearer. Support local communities to actively engage and respond to changing community needs and conditions at both the neighborhood and citywide scales. I don't think we need to repeat the neighborhood twice. I think it just, because this draft policy is talking about both neighborhood and citywide scales, I think it makes sense to strike neighborhood first because we're supporting local communities at large, and then in doing so, we're doing that by looking at both neighborhood and citywide scales.
That works.
Thank you. Councilmember Black and then Deputy Mayor.
Okay, I was first. Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Great conversation. Thank you, you guys. So yeah, I like Councilmember Falcone said, and like Councilmember Pascal presented. I mean, I support this kind of communication. I will say, coming into this conversation tonight, before I'd had the insights that you provided, Councilmember Pascal, the sort of the further detail. You know, I was looking at what we already have with 4.1 through 4.4, and I was trying to figure out, okay, where does 4.5 and 4.6 differ from what we already have in 4.1 through 4.4, which is fostering public participation, seeking input from community groups and neighborhood associations. But I think with with the two of you working together on somewhat maybe more tailored or just better, I think this makes sense to me. So,
Deputy Mayor.
On second consideration, my wordsmithing isn't going to add value at this point. Thanks.
God bless you.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Well, I would support GP 4.5. The process of this comp plan and the relationship we have had with our residents during this comp plan is the reason probably for this general policy, and I support it.
All right, anyone else? Okay, so good conversation. I also want to wordsmith them, and I want to squish the two of them together. So even though we borrowed them from Bellevue, we can make them better. So I'm comfortable with Councilmember Pascal and Councilmember Falcone putting their heads together to bring something forward. Everybody else is. Because I rewrote it, but I'm not going to read the one I rewrote. Okay. Is everybody okay with that? Okay. Oh, we could bring staff in too. What a brilliant idea.
A two-way conversation is okay with us.
Don't make us write it.
We're happy to help.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move on.
All right, so moving out of the introduction element and into the economic development element, Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. I think you all know that I have been talking about this in most chances I get, where, I think maintaining commercial, industrial designated lands is important, that we need to continue providing the services that our community depends upon, so that we are consistent with our values and our priorities. Sustainability. We need things like transportation. We don't want people having to go elsewhere outside our city for the services that they need on a daily basis. And once commercial land or industrial land is gone, it is gone. It's not coming back. And so we have to treat that land as precious commodity. It doesn't mean that we can't build housing on it and we can't do it successfully, but we need to be thoughtful about, is that land that we really need for commercial or industrial purposes? And then if not, that's an intentional decision that we need to make on a citywide basis. And so I thought that this policy was a good policy to help capture that, because it's talking about retaining and expanding existing businesses, and it's hard to do that when you don't have viable places for them to exist. And that's what I was attempting to capture with this. That was the intent behind this policy.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
I support the intent. Wondering if the policy might capture commercial and industrial capacity versus land, because we have a number of commercial and industrial lands in Norkirk, for example, and Parmack, when we look at that, we may want to make mixed use, but I agree with you that we want to preserve the commercial and industrial capacity, but it may be both. And so I worry about land saying those zoning isn't going to change, and just wanted to wonder if we could consider that and the impacts of that as we continue the discussion. Thanks.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Tim Chisholm, then Sweet, then.
I support this policy. I am incredibly concerned about the fact that we're in a housing shortage right now, but I'm also incredibly concerned about short-sighted decisions removing commercial land that we never get back, where we have housing on top of bowling alleys, grocery stores, churches, and every place else, and then we look back in 20 years and we regret some of those decisions of putting housing on top of and instead of commercial uses. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet?
I actually support the deputy mayor's comment with regard to this one. I think it's a chicken and egg question. Over the course of the next 20 years, our land use patterns could change pretty dramatically, particularly in areas where we've got lots of car dealerships, that kind of stuff. So I think it's more a potential of capacity for me than it is of current designated uses.
Thank you. Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support the goal of trying to preserve our industrial designated lands. I do value our light industrial areas and for the diversity they provide. My thought coming into this was that the existing policy ED 1.1 kind of stands on its own. I will note that as we present it in our comp plan, we actually follow it with 4 bullets as to what we kind of mean by supporting activities that retain and expanding existing businesses. This feels to me like one of those bullets. So that's where I was coming in, is not so much not wanting the policy in, but just sort of how we're presenting it. It feels like just one of those bullets describing what we specifically mean. I do support the general, the goals of preserving the light industrial lands.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I support the intent of this. I feel like I'm hearing like we're kind of all on the same page with just wanting to make sure, like, we don't want to just have housing anywhere with no amenities and no like retail and commercial spaces. We know the value of that and of having them mixed. Thank you, Councilmember Pascal, for elaborating a little bit on that, because when I first read it, it felt like, you know, it wasn't open to kind of, even though it says including within mixed use, that kind of seemed like an afterthought and something that wouldn't be the default to accept mixed use within these spaces. And so I am intrigued by Deputy Mayor Arnold's proposed change in language there. I'm also kind of thinking about Councilmember Black's idea of having a bullet on it. I don't know that I feel strongly one way or the other. I think it's important to have in there. But it does get me just thinking about the existing language that was there before the proposed amendment, supporting activities that retain and expand existing businesses. Is the intent behind that, or is there another policy that I'm not thinking of right now that includes expanding new businesses, or like, you know, expanding the business base in general to attract new businesses, or to have to support new businesses? Because as it currently reads, it seems like we want to retain and grow only the businesses that currently exist, and doesn't really talk about wanting to promote new businesses in our city. So I don't know if I'm proposing a language change there. I guess it kind of depends on if there's other policy that addresses that.
Yeah, and I'd welcome Janice to come up. She might have more detail. She's worked with this element over the years. So there are that I can think of several references to new businesses and diverse businesses being encouraged and fostered throughout the city. I think we could pull those policies and send them along to you, Councilmember Falcone, to look at, but I think we do have reference. I'd have to lean on someone smarter than me to figure out where exactly all they exist.
Thank you. That would be helpful. So I may or may not, depending on that, have a recommendation for like maybe another bullet point or something just to clarify, or maybe a minor language modification here. But sorry, Councilmember Sweet, if I end up wordsmithing, but thank you.
Councilmember Black?
Just to help with that, the great thing is ED1 as a whole is actually quite robust, and there's actually a 1.1 through 1.10, and I do think that's, Allison, probably where, when we talk about this, is probably where we're going to find either it's already there, or we're going to find that we touch on it, but maybe we don't touch on it exactly the way that you had in mind. So, okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
You go ahead.
I was just going to say I support the feedback that you've received. So go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, so me personally, where I'm at, I'm open to Deputy Mayor's modification. If I'm comfortable with that in this policy. If others feel like, you know, this needs to be separated out from the original policy, that's fine. But I feel pretty strongly this needs to be a policy, not a bullet under a policy. So I'm either fine this being on its own or being part of this policy here. But it was written because reviewed in depth the other policies here, and it felt like it fit right if you looked at all 10 of them.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, so into the land use element. And Deputy Mayor Arnold. And sorry, editorial, real quick. So we did take the liberty of adding Deputy Mayor Arnold's amendment to what the staff initiated potential amendment is. So that highlighted version or that highlighted language is something you already saw in the staff initiated amendments. And then the second sentence is an addition by Deputy Mayor Arnold.
My goal with the second sentence is just to have a complementary policy to say we're not just growing in our neighborhood centers, we're growing in a different way in our neighborhoods, optimizing middle housing.
Any comments? Okay. Councilmember Tim Chisholm, we are at LU 3.4.
I withdrew that amendment, didn't I? Okay.
Yep.
So I withdrew
What about 4.2?
the amendment on LU 3.4. LU 4.2, I was primarily concerned about the renaming of residential zones and the removal of the word residential from this policy. I don't understand the intent behind it, and I don't understand the implications that it could have if state or county government makes regulations that apply to multifamily zones. So just simply renaming, the renaming of these zones, I'm concerned about the implications that could have. And I don't understand why we're doing it, and I wasn't able to understand that.
Can you respond to that?
Sure. So this amendment was largely based on trying to acknowledge what we're already being required to do and kind of to acknowledge how single-family zones and what we allow in single-family zones under state legislation is changing. So low-density residential zoning, as we have traditionally called it in Kirkland, and the maximum densities that we've allowed in those zones is changing and will be changing with the implementation of HB 1110. So saying single-family zones that only allow one house per lot really isn't accurate in Kirkland anymore, in any of our lower density residential zones. And so we already allow duplexes, triplexes, ADUs, cottages, so types of housing that aren't necessarily single-family housing. So it was trying to update to be more accurate. In terms of consolidating, we have over 40 different zoning districts that are some type of lower density residential zoning. And they have slightly different but very similar zoning standards. It's one of the things that we've noticed can cause inefficiencies in our permitting review. We have developers that work citywide building middle housing in Kirkland, and there's sometimes confusion. We'll get permit applications that might comply with a different zone, but not the zone they're actually in, because the zones are very similar but different. So consolidating those zones for a more kind of standard application across the city was what this policy is intended to lay some groundwork for. It would take a project of zoning code amendments to implement any changes, but that's what this policy is intended to kind of be a first step towards.
Thank you. That was awesome. Super helpful. Deputy Mayor? Oh, did you want to speak more to your?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Allison. I think that helps in talking about the policy change. I think Councilmember Tim Chisholm was also talking about the land use designations that we received some public comment on. And this is an area that there's been a lot of confusion and consternation on. And I would want to divide the question of saying, one, do we want to make a policy change here? But secondly, I do want to have the discussion of whether we want to change the land use designation names that are currently mixed-use residential to just residential. I think that will help deal with a lot of the confusion out there. Is that something that's going to be part of a future slide, or is that something we could?
I'm happy to go back. If it's helpful.
Or is that something we can talk about in context with this? Because it's kind of related to what Allison had just said about some of the cleanup that we're doing.
Is that a, well, I was going to say, is that a recommendation, but it's not, are you suggesting an edit to 4.2?
No, I'm saying that I think there were two things that Councilmember Tim Chisholm was talking about. One is the edit to 4.2 that I now understand better why it's there. The original staff language is there. And then also the land use designations, which even if we didn't change 4.2, I still want to do something about it.
Yeah, the future work program. Okay, Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Well, I may meet with staff again on this issue before December 10th, but is there a proposal to rename a residential zone multifamily?
Not at this time. So
What was the, okay.
So, and if I could just take a second, we've got kind of two different things that we're talking about, and just to make it clear, we're talking about land use designations, which are what the comp plan applies to parcels. Those operate at a very high level. Land use designations don't set development standards. And then we're talking about zoning districts, and zoning districts are the more specific district applied and that includes, that's what paints development standards on a given parcel. So a land use designation is generally what and how much should be here. A zoning district this is exactly how it can be built here. And so I lost track of Councilmember Tim Chisholm's question in my hope to clarify.
Sorry. My question is, and I don't want to take more time on this, and I can like to meet with staff on this, but are you removing the word residential, and what it's going to be replaced with?
Right, okay. So this policy doesn't rename any zoning districts in and of itself. So that would be a future question for Planning Commission to make a recommendation to you on.
But it tells the Planning Commission to.
Uplit like that.
All right, we're back.
Yeah, how much of us?
That was dramatic. Hey, look, there we go.
Okay.
Oh.
Look, we can watch a movie. Okay, well, this would be a good time then.
Do we need to, Allison, how many more slides do you have?
Thank you. Sorry?
How many more slides?
Is that about 10?
Okay. You want to just,
Are we going to be up like?
Okay.
okay. All right, let's soldier on. Okay, so where were we before the lights went out? Councilor Tim Chisholm was saying, are we foreshadowing a decision that we're going to make in the future? Allison.
I think there's ways that we could be maybe a little less prescriptive in this language, but get at a similar intent, which is to do a better job of acknowledging that our what we currently call single-family zoning districts allow a lot more than single-family homes, which is the intent of this policy.
Okay.
I guess, okay. Well, my intent, and I'd like to meet with staff on this, is to allow what is currently required by state law, but not put ourselves in a position where state law that applies to multifamily zones would apply to what is now labeled residential. And I'll move on.
Okay. Councilor Pascal, Councilor Pascal, then Deputy Mayor. Did I see you?
Yeah, so my question for Allison on this revised 4.2, does it still get at, you were talking about to standardize and to consolidate zoning and how there's different zoning, different residential areas. Does this edit still sounds like it addresses what you were saying? Or I just wanted to confirm that.
I think it does. I don't think the edit might change the potential zoning code amendment scope that we would bring to you. The language should I keep going?
Are we still? Are we still online?
Are we still recording?
Okay.
And so as long as in the building power backup stays on, we should.
Let's try to keep going.
Okay.
This is just, somebody doesn't want my amendments to go, and they're just turning the lights on and off.
I think this is another instance where staff's draft tried to add some transparency in kind of previewing what direction we think that zoning code amendment project would take.
I'm very much open to Councilmember Tim Chisholm's edits to try to simplify and to leave some of the specifics to that later work program. I think makes sense to me.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
I just wanted to about with the land use designations. This is the discussion that's referred to in attachment 2A in our packet and map LU2, and just wanted to make sure that we have a discussion on those names in December. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I support the intent of simplifying our zonings. I laugh when I look at our map. So what I'm hearing is this feels like we've made the decision beforehand. So I will support that we go back to the editor and work on this and come back on the 10th. Okay, we are going to go to 4.3.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. 4.3, I'll go on a small rant about being on the Planning Commission, but I want to maintain in these policies, we've talked about action orders, but I want to maintain Planning Commission discretion in the process. And when this goes to the Planning Commission, I'd like them to review minimum lot sizes and make a decision. And that's why I replaced the word establish a new reduced minimum lot size with review minimum lot sizes. And I don't know that we need to make smaller lot sizes or that we need where we need those. So it's just a technical edit, but it is to allow the Planning Commission to make their recommendation to the City Council, as opposed to having the comp plan make a recommendation to the Planning Commission of what they should do, and then task the Planning Commission with coming back with reduced lot sizes. Thank you.
Councilor Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm looking at this in context of a lot of the proposed amendments that we're considering. And I don't know that I object to every single little detail that's being proposed in all of them, but in aggregation, what it feels like and what I think is going to happen in practice is that we've had multi-year-long public engagement on these policies. The Planning Commission has weighed in and provided recommendations on these policies. That has happened. And what I feel like is happening with a lot of these, such as this seemingly minor amendment, is that we are backpedaling. We have an affordable housing crisis, and what we're doing is delaying any solutions by multiple years by the accumulation of all of these individual things. We're saying we're going back to the drawing board. We're just going to say that we're going to start the process all over again and explore it. We're going to undo all the work of the Planning Commission and the community and staff and council over the past 2 or 3 years on this work. And so although I think some of them seem benign when looking at them individually, cumulatively, I think it's damaging to look at policies such as this and to go back years in the work that we've done in moving forward towards more affordable housing that we desperately need in our community. So I don't support this because of that context. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Well, it's funny, I take a completely different tack on this one because I feel like maybe it gives us more opportunity to revisit or to reconsider smaller lot sizes and make them available to housing. So am I just reading this wrong? I think that's what you're trying to do, isn't it, Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
I think it should be reviewed by the Planning Commission. They should bring a recommendation to us.
Is this a decision that currently is left to the director?
No, so minimum lot size is codified for each individual zoning district in the zoning code. And then to change it would take council adoption with a Planning Commission recommendation.
All right, I have to think about this one.
But Allison, so did the Planning Commission review 4.3 with the established language or no?
I'm sorry, if that was the question, sorry, I misunderstood. Yes, so the track changes shown are the council members' amendments to the Planning Commission recommendation. So the Planning Commission recommendation was establish a new reduced minimum lot size applied throughout residential zones to support housing affordability, ...
Thank you. That was going to be my question.
Okay.
Councilmember Sweet.
Nope, got it.
Anyone else? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment and question, Councilmember Sweet. I just want to clarify in response to that. My comments is that I support the Planning Commission's recommendation, which was to do just the thing that you said, to move forward with that. I feel like the proposed amendment takes us a step back rather than being actionable, saying establish this. It's saying review it, like just, it's going to come before, like staff has said, it's going to come before Planning Commission and Council before anything is adopted anyway. So I don't know that this adds any value other than perhaps delaying the progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm, you have something to add?
Well, the intention is to have a thoughtful process and not delay the process. And I do appreciate the November 17th letter that we received from the Finn Hill Neighborhood Association that said they did support my amendments to LU 4.2 as well as 4.3 and to help ensure that zoning consolidation as well as lot size reduction are accessed with due care. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, I support Councilmember Falcone. If this was an amendment that came from Planning Commission, and it will be part of their work program, and it will also be part of transparent public comment, I think we should leave it as written and not do this amendment. All right, anyone else?
We're not voting on it, right?
Nope.
So we don't all need to say our piece on
Nope.
it? Okay.
Yeah,
Because-
okay.
We don't ever all have to say it.
Well, that's right. I mean, if you want me to yeah, I mean.
Yeah. We'll talk about it again on December 10th. So you want to move on to, what do we have next? Me. Mine's so easy. Mine's the wordsmithing. Pretty simple. When I read this and it said provide vital hands-on services, I thought of massage therapists. So I would just delete hands-on and we're just talking about services.
I am in.
All right, I don't think anybody objects to that. Deputy Mayor, H19.
Okay, one of the things that has come across in public comment is some assumption that all of our affordable housing is going to come through exclusionary zoning, and that's just not the case. We've had areas where, because of development flexibility that we've done or innovative policies, like the Arate project that we've talked about, we've had attainable housing through flexibility or developer creativity. And just I'm looking for a way to encourage that beyond our subsidies and incentives, and saying let's look at ways that we can explore incentives beyond the requirements. And look at affordable housing. I picked 100% AMI to say, here's an area we're not going to subsidize, we're not going to require, but maybe we can do more.
Thank you. Allison, do you want to speak to the staff suggested text?
Sure. So just wanted to note that this was another policy where staff had taken a go at trying to synthesize what we thought we heard on October 15th from the council. So wanted to just show you what the language at the bottom is, what is in your packet as a staff-initiated amendment. And then we also have Deputy Mayor Arnold's amendment there. So options.
Okay. Comments? Councilor Falcone?
Thank you, Madam. Well, thank you, Deputy Arnold, for proposing this. Just, you did speak a little bit to the 100% AMI, but I'm wondering if you'd be open to at least discussion of maybe 120% AMI, just given the need that we have and the conversations around.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilor Black?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Dang it, now I'm confused. Okay, so Allison, I don't see a staff recommended version of 1.9 in the staff recommended version of the housing element.
Scott stands correcting me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the only reason why there's any staff suggested amendments to Deputy Mayor Arnold's amendment is that when it came in via email, came in as rough. These are rough drafts, and so this is just staff like attempting to kind of create a little bit more refinement in suggested policy.
Can I ask Deputy Mayor how he feels about the staff?
I need all the help from staff I can get.
Okay. I mean, can I be frank? When I read, I actually supported both of these and thought, actually, the staff's written versions aren't bad. It felt like a more cohesive policy to me is all. It's their job. Well, yeah, sure. So anyway, that's why I'm curious, Deputy Mayor. I don't want to, I want to ultimately let you maybe work with staff on it, but that was my initial impression was maybe I like the version.
I would take the staff text.
Okay.
I think it meets the intent.
Thank you. All right.
So similar story on this potential amendment.
Deputy Mayor, anything you want to add?
No.
Okay. Would you take the staff suggestion?
Would take the staff suggestion. This particular one is we have housing stock that may be older homes or older apartment buildings that are relatively affordable today. Like to look at ways to preserve them, or if there is displacement, to respond to that. The displacement comment is some public feedback that I've received, but I don't have any language on that. Perhaps there could be a staff suggestion on that. Because if we do have redevelopment of those areas, there may be some benefit to it, but we want to deal with the displacement when we have relatively affordable housing at market rates. Thank you.
Any comments? Okay. Ooh, we had a joint one. H 1.5, who would like to take this one?
Thank you. So Councilmember Tim Chisholm had an amendment in the packet that he and I talked about, and made some changes to. Instead of striking a bunch of language in his original proposal, I'm suggesting keeping the added language that he had around monitoring existing permanent supportive housing and consider whether to adjust development standards. This does two things differently than his original proposal. One is it doesn't have the then statement that says we're not going to do anything until we monitor permanent supportive housing, but it does maintain that monitoring and considering any adjustments that we need to do over time.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm, anything to add?
I accepted Deputy Mayor Arnold's amendment to my amendment as a friendly amendment. And I think the big change is monitoring the existing permanent supportive housing. And I think we should monitor that.
Thank you. Council Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple of questions relating to this. Thank you for the collaboration, gentlemen, on this. Can you speak to why prioritizing local and regional resources? There's a lot of conversation around state and federal resources. Why just local and regional resources? Or is that just an oversight?
What?
Open to, quoting my predecessor, other people's money. So just other funding sources and resources, or is there an intentional reason that we're focusing on local and regional resources?
Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
That is the original policy language that I did not draft. I did not think to amend that, but I think that's a very good point. So state, federal, sure, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Thank you. And then my other question is relating to the last sentence. What does that mean? To monitor existing permanent supportive and transitional housing facilities? How are they going to be monitored? For what purpose? For what goal? And what are potential nature of the type of adjustment of development standards for these specific housing types that you have in mind?
Well, monitor will be to monitor the existing safety of the residents inside the facility and people outside the facility to ensure that Plymouth Housing is a good steward in our community and doing the things they say they're going to do. Prior to this meeting, I asked for statistics and information about how things were going in Bellevue and have not received those yet. In your second question is, and then consider where to adjust development standards, and I'll let you ask that question to staff.
Did staff catch that question?
No.
I had a question that for Councilmember Tim Chisholm that he's asking for you to reply to, just around the last sentence about what type of is the nature of the potential adjustment of development standards for these specific housing types.
Right. If Councilmember Tim Chisholm will allow me to, I think what we discussed with the council member when we were working on talking about these amendments was that the original policy, which is the portion of the language that's not underlined on the screen, that policy would direct us to develop specialized standards to enable the production of this type of housing. I believe the amendment was intended to say we should monitor how existing facilities are, how it's going before we make any changes to further enable those types of housing. So I think it was a response to the kind of underlying intent of the policy to look at our regulations to better enable.
Thank you. Perhaps my question is just more specificity, just for my understanding on what developing those specialized standards would look like, what examples you mean by that, to really clarify. I think that can be interpreted many ways, and so I would like further clarification either from my council colleague or staff on the intention there. And then I do have a follow-up. I'm still unclear of the purpose of monitoring permanent supportive housing and transitional housing. I think that my goal as a council member is to look out for the safety and well-being of all of community members and not just those in specific types of housing. So I would feel like if you're going to do that, we should make a statement about that in relation to folks who live in all types of housing in our community and the safety of everyone, because that's
our job.
a priority, and that's our job. And I don't feel like calling out any specific type of housing is really helpful, or I think it just adds to the divisiveness in our community. So I don't want other folks who live in a certain type of housing that would be monitored more closely than other folks who have more privilege, who live in other types of housing in our community. So I just would like, again, more clarification on what that would look like. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet, then Deputy Mayor.
I agree with Councilmember Falcone's concern with regard to this portion of the policy. I think that inherent in our processes that we're setting up for permanent supportive housing, and that's going to be built into it. And quite frankly, I would simply strike everything from monitor and leave the rest of it, because I just don't see how that is policy around the housing element.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
We have, when we look at the targets for permanent supportive housing, a large number that we have a need for in this community. I heard it described during some of the public feedback or comments that I've got that, wow, we're looking at 20 La Quintas that we're going to need to build in the next 20 years. I think part of this is it's going to be a learning experience, and I want to adjust as we have this open. I know we're going to work really hard for the first facility to be successful. We're going to learn some things, and we need to carry those lessons learned and make changes moving forward as we look at when the next one will happen. I don't know when that is, but I do know there will be more in the next 20 years.
I have Councilmember Pascal, then Councilmember Falcone. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Tim Chisholm, for this. I think Deputy Mayor said it pretty well, like what my thoughts were. I guess what I'm hearing my colleagues say also is that we need to monitor, we need to monitor all housing, not treat anything as specifically different. But I think we've already said that we'd be monitoring permanent supportive housing. That was part of our agreement with King County. So I just see this kind of capturing that. So we're not necessarily changing anything. We're just doing what we said we're going to do.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do think our agreement with King County is separate and should not be precedent necessarily for how we do permanent supportive housing elsewhere in the city. That's a specific case. And so I do not necessarily support doing exactly what we're doing there elsewhere. I think that I'm hearing from the two council members who worked on this joint amendment here, very different responses to what that monitoring means. And I am more in favor and with wording clarification of what Deputy Mayor is saying than what Councilmember Tim Chisholm is saying. It's, we monitor crime statistics across our city. Why would we do that any differently? Or why would we monitor the facilities themselves? I mean, this language says that we're going to monitor housing facilities. That's problematic. But monitoring or tracking the successes and outcomes and lessons learned is quite a different thing from monitoring a housing facility. And so I just think we need to understand what this language means, because I'm hearing two drastically different interpretations of the same language. And so I think it requires clarification, and I would support more of what the Deputy Mayor is referencing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Well,
Councilmember Tim.
I will expand on that. We currently have a goal of somewhere in the around 2,500 permanent supportive housing units that are supposed to be built in the next 20 years. Is that correct? And so that would be 20 times the current size of the La Quinta. And I do think we need to monitor it, and we do need to support it, and we need to make sure it succeeds, and we need to learn those lessons. And if we're going to expand this program into 20 of these facilities, then we better learn to effectively support it in the first instance, or else our community will not tolerate us opening another 19. Thank you.
Anyone else? I support Councilmember Falcone's concerns about this last sentence. I I believe what she's suggesting is that it needs some work if it's going to stay. So I would like to suggest the two authors of this alternative have a conversation and bring it back on December 10th. Thank you.
Homework.
I'm still in the housing element.
Councilmember Pascal.
So as we look at ways to implement housing at lower affordability levels, we also need to best understand all the various ways that public dollars can be utilized to help us achieve those targets. And so while we have policies that identify and state the number of units needed at the various affordability levels, you know, we really need to understand what it's going to take to get there. Also from a taxpayer subsidy perspective, you know, and then of the different types of ways we can help subsidize that with public dollars and or outside public dollars, how can those dollars be best leveraged? So this gets more at kind of the implementation side, and how do we actually accomplish it?
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am thinking back to our discussion on policy GP 4.5 that was proposed, edits by Mayor Curtis, who proposed moving it to GP, and Councilmember Black proposed keeping it in the housing element. So just trying to track where we are in related policy. I agree with Councilmember Black that that should remain in the housing element, and given that, I think that this is unnecessary because that policy already talks about promoting fiscal sustainability, transparency, and accountability to the community when subsidizing affordable housing programs and incentives. So I don't see the need for this additional policy. Thank you.
Anyone else?
If that's right. I agree.
10:46. Councilor, I saw Deputy Mayor first, so.
No, you speak.
Thank you. I look at this as a little more detailed than the general principle around fiscal sustainability and transparency. You know, specifically looking at the impact of MFTE is something that I thought, sorry, we're talking acronyms, specifically talking about the impact and the performance of the multifamily tax exemption is something that I saw wrapped up in this, and I think it just gets to a little more granular detail than the general principle that you were referring to. So I see it as a separate policy not covered by the previous discussion around fiscal responsibility.
Councilor Pascal?
Yeah, I considered that policy when I was looking at this, and I felt like that policy did not capture the intent behind this, which was really to be more proactive and actually look at these tax exemptions, taxpayer subsidies in more detail. Of course, we want to be transparent and I forget what the other policy said, but yeah, accountable. No question, all we do around housing, but this gets really to kind of the magnitude of really what is it going to take to make real progress there. If we don't understand what that is, and how are we going to make progress over time? So this kind of starts to get at the magnitude of what we're talking about.
Councilor Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To me, it still falls under the umbrella of this, so I wonder if we can be cleaner and have like a bullet point or something. I feel like there are lots of things such as this and potentially other things that would fall under old H2.28. And this feels like an arbitrary one to just call out specifically and might, you know, it feels like it falls under that umbrella and that there, like I said, there could be other things that arise that would fall under that same umbrella that would be appropriate to have a bullet list of specificity such as this. I'm not opposed to the specificity necessarily, but thank you.
Councilor Tim Chisholm?
I guess I would support this policy, but would even suggest that we put the word MFTE tax credit into the policy, if that's really what we're talking about, because I think there's serious questions around MFTE tax credits and how to utilize those. And I think that discussion is going to come up, especially when we revisit 85th. So that would be my suggestion for this policy.
Anyone else? The two policies are very similar. So there is redundancy, but I'm okay if this policy, if we end up with both policies. But I also would be okay if we end up dropping, what I said was GP 4.5, and now we're putting it back in housing. So, and as far as putting MFTE in it specifically, city manager, there could be other subsidies. So I wouldn't want to call out MFTE specifically. Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the intent, when you read all of this on both ends of the tax exception, I think we should say exemption, actually, but yeah, there's other categories of things we might want to do that are different than that.
Yeah, so I wouldn't limit us with specifying MFTE. Okay, anything else on that? Okay. Oh my goodness, Councilmember Pascal.
So we, in the Juanita neighborhood plan, we've heard about the citizen amendment requests for Michael's and Goodwill, and we've also, throughout this process, Planning Commission and the council has received lots of comments from not just like folks in Juanita neighborhood, but also Finn Hill, because these are on kind of the primary corridors that access Finn Hill neighborhood. And just wanted to provide clarifying language, with the first one with Michael's, that consolidation of parcels could help really achieve a more integrated development and also help with circulation. And I think, assuming that the properties there can consolidate, I think some of the concerns around egress and ingress could be really addressed and kind of more meaningful connections occur. And then with the Goodwill policy, J20, it's essentially the same thing. We have heard most of the comments have been around safe and efficient access. And so, I guess I would just hope that these additions kind of are more like common sense text.
Council, any comments? We're good to go.
Last one.
Well, I just wanted to support J20 and the safe and efficient ingress and egress. I think that's going to be a big issue on the CAR because of the neighboring school and their ingress and egress. So I support this J20.
I just want to say that I do support both of these. These are, as someone who lives very close to both of these sites and a council member that folks know live very close to both of these sites, I've heard from many community members over the years about both of these sites, and in particular as this conversation has accelerated this year. And so I think that these are good amendments. Thank you.
We are now good to go.
All right, I think this is the last slide.
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I hope this is a nice, easy one to end on. I think that it is. So this is an amendment that's coming, I'm putting forth on behalf of the Coordinating Committee of the City of Kirkland and Lake Washington School District, of which I have the pleasure of serving alongside Council Members Pascal and Tim Chisholm. And for those of you who aren't aware, it's a regularly occurring meeting between City Council, city staff, the school superintendent, and school board representatives as well, where we discuss all kinds of things related to collaboration between the two entities. We really appreciate the collaboration between Lake Washington School District, and thank you for allowing this kind of last minute, just recently not in the packet proposed amendment. That was just due to the timing of wanting to have a full and robust conversation with Lake Washington School District during our coordinating committee meeting, and due to scheduling that happened late last week. And so I'm thrilled to say that it was unanimous support among the coordinating committee for this amendment from both the city representatives and the school district representatives that were on the call. There is a little bit more than I think is underlined here, so I'm just going to highlight the changes that you see and then highlight one more change that it may not be as apparent on the screen. The overarching edit here is to add the second sentence, the explore opportunities to create staff housing and/or other affordable housing on school, city, or private property. As some may know, that track our conversations and council reports on this issue, we have been in conversations with the school district on potential partnerships and just exploring what that might look like. It's a very preliminary discussion. And so this policy is really to acknowledge that, that conversation and to really just ensure that we are very transparent about our intent to continue that conversation with the school district in partnership with them. This seems like an appropriate place to add this to this existing policy because it already talks about coordinating with the school district on things such as school capacity and on other community needs. And so the second sentence, although it's not underlined, is completely new to this policy as well. The rest of it was cleaning up at the request of the school district since it formerly talked about increasing school capacity. And as we know, that's kind of in flux and not necessarily the continued trend. I guess more to come since those projections are updated annually, and we have a lot of work we're doing on housing, so you know that may change. But right now, they're not seeing that huge surge in capacity. They are at the high school level, but not at the elementary level right now. So TBD into whether or not. So we just kept that more general language at the request of the school district, just to address school capacity needs rather than specifically increasing it. I did have one other point to make on this that I am now blanking on since it's almost 11 o'clock at night. But I do, again, just really appreciate the school district's partnership in having these discussions. And I think we all know the need. We have heard testimony, as was referenced in public comment earlier tonight, about how this is impacting our community, about how we are losing really valuable school teachers in our schools. It's happened to my family in our local schools. It's happening, we heard from a school principal at a recent public hearing about losing staff to housing affordability issues and needing to live really far away and having long commutes. And so we know this is a strong need. We also know there's a strong need for other affordable housing for families as well. So the discussion is really very open at this point with the school district about this. So open it up perhaps to my fellow, if it's okay with you, Madam Mayor, council members on the coordinating committee to see if they have anything to add.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. This is an enormous problem for the Lake Washington School District in terms of retention. I fully support this new policy. They've seen the final policy, so I do support this, and I think thank you to Councilmember Falcone and Pascal for serving on this committee. Thank you.
Anyone else? Any objections to this policy? Okay. No. Council, any questions? Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
I have a question about this meeting. I think school's going to be closed tomorrow. I think there's a lot of us who.
Councilmember,
All right.
you're.
Are we?
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Allison.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so
Well, I had a comment.
Oh, you do have a question. Okay.
So I would assume this is the time to bring up any other items on the comp plan. And we got a letter from the Pinhole Neighborhood Alliance that Councilmember Tim Chisholm referenced earlier, referencing a parks policy around the Green Loop corridor and wanting to, instead of consider protection and development of the Green Loop, I think we've already made a decision that we're already protecting and developing that. So removing the word consider, I thought was a good edit. So I'd like that to be an option for us to vote on.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Anyone else?
I'd also just say between now and the 10th, if you have additional things, staff, please email them to us. So obviously we'll have some conversations over the next 3 weeks about these and other things.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
All of you. So council, I'm going to call a break because I need one. So I'd like to suggest that we move item 9F and 9G to December 10th. And 9F is the proclamation calendar adoption. I know David is heartbroken. And G is the Houghton Village Development Plan briefing. Any objections to that?
I guess on the proclamation calendar, do we even need to bring it to a meeting?
The question from Councilmember Sweet is, could it go on consent? I see, Jim's trying to talk, and David, so, David, you want to go ahead?
I would just offer that per council policies and procedures, you are just adopting via motion, I think is what's called for in the policy. So I suppose that could be something on consent. Yeah. Certainly.
Council, do you have any, Deputy Mayor?
There were two questions in the packet that we do have to decide on, whether before it's on consent, on
Okay. So we'll bring
mental health and veterans.
Okay, so that's right. Thank you for that. So we'll bring it back to business on the 10th. Thank you. City Manager, we do need to do the legislative agenda this evening, correct? It would-
Yes.
Yeah, it would be kind
You
of
have
too
meetings set
close.
up, right.
Okay, so we're going to move 9F and 9G to December 10th, and we are going to take a 5-minute break. Do you guys think you can do that? Okay, we'll be back at 11:06.
When you're back.
We ready? All right, we are now moving on to, we're after a short break, and we're going to move on to our second agenda item, which is discussion of the preliminary budget 2025, 2026 operating budget, city manager.
All right, going to have Kevin Pellstrom, our financial planning manager, give this presentation. We're going to just focus on the two slides that matter, which is the policy change and the reconfigured potential budget, and see if council supports the city manager recommendation. So we'll try to expedite all the presentations, or just sort of go to the last slide if we need to. So go ahead, Kevin. Does not appear to be on.
There we go. Learning new things every day. All right, so we specifically heard you wanted to hear about the budget after 11, so we waited until now to start on that, so you're nice and fresh. So there's the short and dirty of this is that city manager has identified an opportunity to free up an additional $500,000 of unprogrammed general fund cash. And that the proposal is to change, delay the matching fund reserve and the REIT fund until 27-28. So if you remember, that's in addition to the about $1 million in each REIT 1 and REIT 2 funds to serve as our contingency for the REIT. This would be $500,000 in each REIT 1 and REIT 2. That would serve as a matching fund reserve. And the proposal is to delay that until 27-28, which would free up by backfilling the transportation CIP with an additional $500,000 of REIT 2 and retaining some of the street levy money in the street fund. It reduces the RGRL transfer to the street fund and frees up about $500,000 in available funding. So that $500,000 could be utilized for any of the other city council priorities. So here's what the new fund balancing, additional unprogrammed resources looks like. We end up with 1.2 million. Previously, we were showing around 760,000. And so with that, we have these available or proposed staff amendments based on the discussion that we heard at City Council at the study session on November 6th. So with the 1.2 million, we're able to fund all of this and most of the human services option C. I have a slide on that as well if you want to talk through the specifics of that. But this, I think, is probably the side that you want to talk through most. The only other change that we're showing tonight is that we've increased the budget for our public defender contract based on some uncertainty and potential changes coming from the Supreme Court on December 4th. So we've added some budget there just in case, expecting that cost of that contract may go up. Madam Mayor?
Thank you, Kevin. Council, any thoughts, questions, comments? Looks good. All right, everybody comfortable with staff recommendations and amendments? All right, thank you.
Terrific. All right.
So we'll bring that back in the final budget on the 10th.
Thank you.
Well done, Kevin.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're going to move on to our next item, which is the 2025 preliminary property tax levy adoption. And City Manager.
All right, once again, we're going to skip the presentation, but our Finance Director, Michael Olson, is here if you have any questions. Otherwise, we'll be looking for adoption.
Council, any questions, or I'll entertain a motion? Councilmember Sweet.
I would like to, where are we? I move to approve ordinance 4890, establishing the amount of property tax to be levied for the year 2025, the first year of the City of Kirkland's 2025-2026 fiscal biennium.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone to approve ordinance 4890, Moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Falcone to approve ordinance 4890. Any discussion? City Clerk, would you like to call a roll?
Councilmember Timchison?
Aye.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Sweet?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Curtis?
Yes. Ordinance 4890 is approved, 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you, council.
All right, we are now going to consider the adoption of the Transportation Strategic Plan. City Manager.
Okay, once again, unless the council would like to see a presentation, we're just suggesting that you take action on the resolution, but in case you have questions, we have Kimberly Scrivener, our senior planner for transportation, and our transportation manager, Doug McIntyre.
Pascal.
Councilmember Pascal?
I'd like to move resolution 5660.
It's been moved by Councilmember Pascal, second by Councilmember Falcone to move resolution 5060. All those in favor? Is any discussion? Sorry.
I do want to say a few words because they've been here the whole time.
I know.
Real quickly, and Doug and I had opportunity to attend a transportation safety conference today, so it's been a long day, I mean, for us, and I know for everyone. And I was joking with him at the conference and said that this was going to be a very, come down to a split vote. And I shouldn't have said that because it gave him a heart attack. And so I hope that's not the case, but I just want to say, just thank you for all the work. I know the staff and the Transportation Commission and the consultants had done on this. This is a big effort to update the Transportation Strategic Plan. And, you know, it's really taken a much further step than our old plan, our existing plan, so to speak. And I really was pleased to see that, the first goal of the strategic plan is really to promote and it's so late. To focus on a culture of safety. I'm gonna just skip that one word I was gonna say, but that was really important, and it was really great to hear that Kirkland's kind of leading on that compared to some of our other agencies. So thank you for all the work, and here we go.
Thank you. Anyone else? I just have to second that, and it was really clear to me what an effort this was when you look at the 40 people on the acknowledgement page that participated in this project. So well done, and congratulations. Question is on the motion to approve Resolution 5659. Oops, nope. Turn the page too soon. 5660. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Go home, be safe. Yes.
Congratulations.
All right, our next and last agenda item is 2025 State Legislative Agenda. City Manager.
Okay, thank you. So we do have to go through these slides because we need to adopt this before we meet with our legislators over the next 3 weeks. So here to give you that presentation is Diana Hart, our Government Relations Manager.
Diane, are you home safe?
I am home safe, yes. So I have a couple slides. I'll breeze through them pretty quickly. Please stop me if you have any questions. So diving in, our legislative agenda. There's no substantive changes proposed to the general principles as they were presented in October. There are two additions proposed to the legislative priorities to reflect the discussions in October. The addition of the graduated rate model with high value threshold to support of an additional rate increment. This will specify the city's support for a local rate option to enable a graduated rate model that is similar to what is utilized in the state. And the addition of including the required equity analysis, the implementation of the noise enforcement pilot. This clarifies that any implementation legislation should also have the equity analysis that is required of other traffic camera legislation. No changes proposed, substantive changes proposed to the other remaining legislative priorities or budget requests as they were presented at your last meeting. And the champion ally list includes the same organizations that were presented in October. So that concludes the agenda as it's presented in Resolution 5659. The one item was raised at council's discussion in October that the legislative work group is looking for more feedback from council on is that how to include in legislative agenda or, if at all, an equity analysis or improvement to the state's business license late fee program. Under current law, Department of Revenue issues late fees for businesses that do not renew their licenses before they expire. Late fees are half the license cost up to $150, meaning that a small business may pay a late fee of around $100 and a large corporation may pay a late fee of $150. The state does allow for late fee waivers for businesses that have renewed on time in the last 24 months. Cities do not receive any of the late fees that the state collects, and many, including the city of Kirkland, collect late fees directly. Council have several options tonight around this policy consideration. You can request more information from staff, request that staff coordinate with Department of Revenue to identify opportunities for legislation on a budget proviso and return to council with recommendations in the future. Amend the resolution to add the request for budget proviso related to an equity analysis of the state's business license late fee program, or not add anything to the agenda at this time, but follow any subject matter recommendations for engagement on related legislation if such legislation is brought forward by others. Next steps, council has an opportunity to adopt or amend the resolution 5659. The legislative work group does begin to meet with our legislative delegation next week, so would love it if we could get this passed tonight. One last plug for the AWC City Action Days in February. It's looking like we're going to have a full council participation this year, which is very exciting. And one more slide before I turn things back. I know council's been interested on how Kirkland voted on a few measures that were on the general election. Data on the slide is how Kirkland voted as of election night. King County only drops precinct level data for election night and when elections are certified. So this is the best data we have until they do the final drop next week. As a reminder, election night has around 54% turnout across the county. As of today, turnout was over 80%. So we could see some swings in these margins when the final data is released next week. And then another plug, 2066 was natural gas, 2109 was around capital gains, 2117 was around the Climate Commitment Act, and 2124 was for the Long-Term Care Act. So that concludes my presentation. I'll put the business license slide back up for discussion, but happy to move to other slides and answer any questions as would be helpful.
Thank you, Diana. Councilmember Black, as chair of the legislative work group, is there anything you want to add?
Yeah, I wrote a 20-minute speech I want to read out loud. What I want to say is first, I was going to spend some time thanking everyone, including my colleagues, Diana, others who support the legislative work group, my fellow work group members, just on all the great work that went into developing the legislative priorities for this year. So just thank you, everyone. And on the this policy consideration, I did want to just highlight that the legislative work group did have it. We did spend some time talking about this, and the consensus coming out of our discussion, and so this is now a discussion among all 7 of us. But what came out of our discussion was a consensus around number 2. There's information we just don't have right now, considering what potential legislation might look like. What considerations are for the Department of Revenue, whether a budget proviso makes more sense. So requesting the staff coordinate with the Department of Revenue, you guys can read it on your screen, but basically talk to Department of Revenue and then come back and talk to the council about what makes sense. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal?
Yeah, I just wanted to appreciated the summary in the memo of the issue that I raised. It was helpful to have that documented clearly. And again, you know, to put it simply, the issue is Google is late on paying their business license. They're assessed $150 a late charge. If a small firm with 2 people basically in Kirkland, they would pay the same late fee. It's unequitable from that standpoint, and it's something that I don't think was intentional. So I think it's worth continuing to follow up on and request, you know, and have a conversation. So I support Councilmember Black's option number 2.
Thank you. Is everyone all right with option 2? Okay. Then I would entertain a motion to approve the legislative agenda.
So moved.
It's been moved by Councilmember Black, second by Councilmember Sweet to approve Resolution 5659. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Diana. All right, we are now moving on to city reports, and I would like to suggest that you email anything that you would like to share with council. And city manager,
I would suggest that we do not have the executive sessions. I just call each council member individually on the topics. I've talked to most of you about them, and I can get the answers from you individually.
thank you.
That works for the council.
I'm sure that works for the council.
Please take my calls.
Anything?
Is that an option every meeting? No.
Is there?
Just for tonight. Just
Do you have anything for city manager reports?
nothing that can't wait. Just if there's any council requests for agenda changes, let me know.
Okay.
Otherwise,
Councilmember
Just
Sweet?
earlier, I think last meeting, I mentioned that I would not be here for the meeting on the 10th. That has changed, so I will be here for the meeting on the 10th.
Excellent. All right, everyone, thank you. We are adjourned.